Tonight, we follow Odysseus, a man the gods wouldn't let come home for 10 years, and the journey that nearly cost him everything. I first read the Odyssey in a used paperback during a long layover. One of those delays where the airport gets quiet and the lights dim and the story just swallowed me whole. The idea that someone could be that close to home and still not reach it. That stuck with me. 350 miles. That is the straight-line distance from the ruins of Troy to the island of Ithaca. Less than the drive from New York to Pittsburgh. A modern sailboat covers it in 3 days, a cargo ship in under 2. Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, took 10 years, 3,650 days to cross a body of water that, on any ancient map, looks small enough to cover with your thumb. The math does not work. The Odyssey, the oldest paradox in literature, is the story of a man who should have been home in a week. But what kept him away for a decade was not distance. It was something far stranger, and we will get to it tonight. Here is the question that will carry us through the next few hours. How does a man who survived 10 years of war, outwitted a one-eyed giant, and turned down immortality, still almost fail to make it home? By the end of tonight, you will know exactly why. And the answer will not be what you expect. The most read story in human history is about a man trying to get home, not a king conquering new lands. Not a prophet receiving divine law on a mountaintop. Not a general winning a decisive battle that reshapes the world. A man tired, broken, salt-crusted, homesick down to the marrow of his bones, trying to cross a few hundred miles of water. And he cannot do it. For 10 years, he cannot do it. Now, before we go any further tonight, there are 2 things I want to tell you about that we are going to come back to later. The first is a bed. Not a golden bed, not a jeweled bed, not the kind of extravagant furniture you might expect at the end of an epic poem. An olive tree, a bed built around the living trunk of an olive tree. Rooted in the earth, impossible to move. When we reach that bed, near the end of tonight's story, you will understand why scholars have called the scene that takes place around it the most intimate moment in all of ancient literature. A husband and wife, after 20 years apart, and the test she gives him is not a feat of strength or a riddle or a battle. It is a question about furniture. We will come back to that. The second thing is a dog. An old dog lying on a pile of dung outside a palace door. Too weak to stand, covered in ticks, abandoned. He has been waiting for his master for 20 years. When the master finally returns, disguised, unrecognizable, dressed in rags, the dog recognizes him anyway, wags his tail once, and dies. I am telling you about the dog now because by the time we reach him, you will have forgotten I mentioned it, and then you will remember all at once, and it will hit harder for having waited. Homer gives that scene barely a dozen lines. A dozen lines for what might be the most emotionally devastating moment in the entire poem. We will come back to that too. The Odyssey was composed roughly 2,700 years ago, sometime in the late 8th or early 7th century BCE, in a dialect of Greek that was already archaic by the time it was written down. Its author, or more accurately, its final compiler, is traditionally called Homer, though whether Homer was a single person, a tradition, a guild, or a convenient name attached to centuries of oral composition remains one of the great unresolved arguments in classical scholarship. What is not in dispute is this: the poem is 12,110 lines long. It is divided into 24 books. It is written in dactylic hexameter, a rhythmic pattern of 6 metrical feet per line that sounds, when read aloud in the original Greek, like the steady rolling of waves against the hull of a wooden ship. That rhythm is not accidental. The poem is about the sea, and it sounds like the sea. And it was composed to be performed aloud by bards who understood that the music of the language was inseparable from the meaning of the story. The poem has never gone out of print. Every time someone uses the word Odyssey, they are quoting a poem composed nearly 3,000 years ago by a man whose real name we may never know. The word has outlived every empire that existed when it was coined. It has been translated into every major language on Earth, and many minor ones. It has been adapted into plays, operas, novels, films, television series, comic books, video games, and at least one James Joyce novel that is even longer and more confusing than the original. The word mentor comes from a character in the poem. The phrase between Scylla and Charybdis meaning caught between two terrible choices, comes from a single chapter that we will reach later tonight. The concepts of the siren song, the lotus eater, the Cyclops, the faithful wife, the long voyage home, all of these originate in, or were crystallized by, this one poem, composed on the western coast of what is now Turkey by a blind poet whose real name we may never know. The central question of the poem, the question that drives every storm, every island, every monster, every temptation, every shipwreck across 10 years of wandering, is the simplest question a human being can ask. Can I get home? Not can I conquer? Not can I win glory? Not can I live forever? Just can I get home? Can I see my wife again? Can I hold my son, who was an infant when I left and is now a man I would not recognize on the street? Can I sit in my own hall, by my own fire, in my own chair, and eat food from my own table, and know that the journey is finally, irreversibly over? Odysseus asks that question for 10 years, and the sea or the gods or his own flawed nature keeps answering, not yet. To understand the Odyssey, you must understand what came before it, and what came before it was 10 years of war. The Trojan War, the most famous military campaign in ancient literature. An alliance of Greek kingdoms, the poem calls them Achaeans or Danaans or Argives, depending on the passage, sailing across the Aegean to besiege the city of Troy on the northwestern coast of Asia Minor. The cause, according to the myth, Paris, a Trojan prince, had stolen Helen, the wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Menelaus called upon every Greek king who had sworn an oath to defend Helen's marriage. They came, all of them. Agamemnon of Mycenae, the commander-in-chief, Achilles, the greatest warrior alive, Ajax, the immovable wall, Diomedes, who was brave enough to wound 2 gods in a single afternoon, Nestor, the old king of Pylos, who gave advice no one asked for, and was right more often than anyone wanted to admit. Odysseus, king of Ithaca, a small island off the western coast of Greece, not the largest kingdom, not the richest, not the most militarily powerful. Ithaca was rocky and steep and difficult to farm. Its harbor was modest. Its palace was comfortable but not grand. Odysseus ruled it with intelligence rather than force. And when the summons came to sail for Troy, he did something that tells you everything you need to know about his character. He tried to get out of it. There's a version of the myth preserved in the Cypria, one of the lost poems of the epic cycle, in which Odysseus, having heard that recruiters were coming, pretended to be insane. He yoked a donkey and an ox together, mismatched animals that could not plow in a straight line, and began plowing his fields in a zigzag pattern, sowing salt instead of seed. The madman act. The classic dodge. He was, in effect, pretending to be unfit for service in order to stay home with his wife and his infant son. It did not work. Palamedes, one of the Greek envoys, saw through the deception. He took the baby Telemachus and placed him in the path of the plow. Odysseus swerved to avoid his own son. Proving that he was sane, proving that he could see, proving that the madness was a performance, he had been caught. He had no choice but to go. Here is the detail I find most revealing about Odysseus as a character. He never forgave Palamedes. In some versions of the myth, Odysseus later framed Palamedes for treason and had him stoned to death by the Greek army. The man who forced Odysseus to leave home died for it. That is who Odysseus was. Not a clean hero. Not a noble king who accepted his duty with grace. A man who loved his home so fiercely that he would commit murder to punish the person who dragged him away from it. He sailed for Troy. He fought for 10 years. He was not the strongest warrior, that was Achilles. He was not the bravest, that was Ajax or Diomedes. He was the smartest, the most adaptable. The one who could talk his way out of a siege and into a negotiation. Who could read a situation faster than anyone in the camp? Who could devise a plan so cunning that it felt, to the people around him, like a kind of magic? The Greeks had a word for his particular quality, metis. It translates loosely as cunning intelligence, but that does not capture the full meaning. Metis was the ability to think around corners, to see the hidden shape of a problem, to find the solution that no one else had considered because no one else had been willing to abandon the obvious approach. Metis was the intelligence of the fox, not the lion, the trickster, not the warrior, and Odysseus had more of it than any man alive. It was Metis that ended the war. And the most cunning thing Odysseus ever did, the thing that ended a 10-year war in a single night, had nothing to do with fighting at all. The Trojan horse. You know the story. Everyone knows the story. It has been told so many times that the details have worn smooth, like a coin passed through too many hands. But I want you to hear it fresh tonight because the specific details matter. They tell you who Odysseus was, and they explain what happened to him after. Stay with me here. Because what happens next is not a war story. It is the explanation for everything that goes wrong afterward. Every storm, every monster, every year Odysseus cannot get home. The war had lasted 10 years. 10 years of siege, of skirmish, of single combat between champions, of plague and quarrel and grinding stalemate. Achilles was dead, killed by Paris's arrow, guided by Apollo, striking the one vulnerable point on his body. Ajax was dead, driven mad by a divine trick, falling on his own sword. The Greek army was exhausted, demoralized, far from home, and no closer to breaching the walls of Troy than they had been on the first day. And then Odysseus had an idea, the kind of idea that ends a 10-year war in a single night, and that the gods would never fully forgive him for. Odysseus proposed the horse. He had the carpenter Epeius build it, a wooden horse, large enough to hold armed men inside its hollow belly. The Greeks left it on the beach, burned their camp to make it look like they had given up and sailed away. The fleet hid behind the island of Tenedos, just over the horizon, sails furled, oars shipped, waiting. The Trojans found the horse. They debated. Cassandra warned them. She always warned them, and no one ever listened, because Apollo had cursed her to speak true prophecy that would never be believed. Laocoon, the priest, hurled a spear at the horse's flank and said the line that has echoed through 27 centuries, "I fear Greeks." Even bearing gifts. 2 sea serpents rose from the water and killed Laocoon and his sons. The Trojans took it as a sign. They dragged the horse inside the walls. That night, while Troy celebrated its apparent deliverance, Odysseus and his men climbed out of the horse's belly through a trapdoor in the underside. They opened the gates. The Greek fleet had returned under cover of darkness. The army poured into the city. What followed was not a battle. It was a sack. The distinction matters. A battle has 2 sides fighting. A sack has one side destroying. The Greeks, after 10 years of frustration and loss and homesickness and rage, unleashed everything they had held back. They killed the men. They enslaved the women. They threw Hector's infant son Astyanax from the top of the walls. A child hurled to his death on the stones below because someone decided that the son of Troy's greatest warrior could not be allowed to grow up and seek revenge. They desecrated temples. They committed acts in sacred precincts that the gods could see and did not forgive. Cassandra, the prophetess, took refuge at the altar of Athena. Ajax, the lesser, not the great Ajax who was already dead, but a smaller, meaner man with the same name, dragged her away from the altar and raped her, in the temple, clinging to the statue of the goddess. The other Greeks did not intervene. Odysseus argued afterward that Ajax should be stoned for the sacrilege, but the army voted to let him live. The decision was made, the crime stood. And Athena, the goddess of wisdom, the goddess of strategy, the goddess who had been the Greeks' most powerful divine ally throughout the entire war, watched what her own side did in her own temple to a woman who had clung to her own statue for protection. And something in the divine calculus shifted. The Greeks had won the war, but they had lost the favor of the gods in the winning of it. The Greeks won. Therefore, they expected to sail home within weeks, but the gods had been watching what they did in the winning of it, and they were not finished. The Nostos, the homecoming, of the Greek heroes is one of the darkest sequences in Greek mythology. Almost none of them made it home cleanly. Agamemnon returned to Mycenae and was murdered in his bath by his wife and her lover. Diomedes came home to find his wife had taken another man. Ajax, the lesser's ship, was wrecked by Athena's storm. The Greek fleet was scattered, broken, punished for the hubris of the sack. And Odysseus, the cleverest of them all, the architect of the horse, the man whose plan had won the war, sailed out of the smoking ruins of Troy and into a sea that would not let him cross it for 10 years. The war was over. The journey had just begun. But before we follow Odysseus onto the water, I want to tell you something about the world he was sailing through. Because the Odyssey is not set in a fantasy landscape. It is set in a real sea, dotted with real islands. In a period of history that was about to collapse in a way that still puzzles archaeologists. Here is something almost no one knows. For most of the 19th century, the academic consensus was that Troy was a fairy tale, a myth, fiction. And then a man with no university degree and a childhood obsession picked up a shovel and proved 2,000 years of scholarship wrong. The city of Troy was real. In 1870, a German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann, self-taught, obsessive, following a hunch that most scholars dismissed as romantic nonsense, dug into a hill called Hisarlik on the northwestern coast of Turkey and found it. Layer upon layer of settlement, one city built on the ruins of the last, stretching back thousands of years. Troy was there. It had always been there. The hill had been sitting above the Dardanelles for millennia. And the locals had called it by a different name, and the academic world had largely concluded that Troy was a myth. Schliemann proved them wrong with a shovel. The Troy that Homer describes, the walled city, the broad streets, the towers, corresponds roughly to what archaeologists call Troy the Seven the A, fortified Bronze Age settlement that was destroyed by fire sometime around 1180 BCE. That date matters. It places the fall of Troy within a 50-year window that historians call the Bronze Age collapse, one of the most catastrophic civilizational failures in human history, and one of the least understood, between roughly 1200 and 1150 BCE. Nearly every major civilization in the eastern Mediterranean fell. The Hittite Empire, which had controlled most of Anatolia and rivaled Egypt in power, disintegrated completely. Its capital, Hattusa, was burned and abandoned. The Mycenaean palace centers in Greece. Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, Thebes were destroyed or abandoned within a generation. International trade networks that had connected Egypt, Mesopotamia, Cyprus, and the Aegean for centuries collapsed. Writing systems were lost. Populations scattered. The world that produced the Trojan War, the world of bronze-armored warriors, palace economies, and diplomatic correspondence etched in cuneiform on clay tablets, simply stopped functioning. Sit with that for a moment. Every palace, gone. Every trade network, gone. Writing systems, lost, in 50 years. While Odysseus was trying to get home, the world he had sailed away from was dissolving behind him. No one knows exactly why. The theories include drought, earthquake, plague, invasion by the mysterious sea peoples who appear in Egyptian records as marauders from unknown lands, internal rebellion, systems failure. Or, most likely, some catastrophic combination of all of these hitting at once, like dominoes falling across a map. The Bronze Age collapse was not a single event. It was a cascading failure of interconnected systems, trade, agriculture, governance, military defense, in which the loss of any one pillar accelerated the collapse of the others. Odysseus sailed through the wreckage of that world. The sea he crossed was a sea that had recently been navigable, tradable, mapped by merchants and warships and diplomatic envoys. By the time Homer composed the Odyssey, 3 or 4 centuries later, the world of Mycenaean palaces and linear B tablets was already ancient memory. A heroic age glimpsed through the fog of oral tradition, its details preserved not in archives but in songs. Homer was singing about a world that had already died. And the Odyssey, in some sense, is a poem about a man trying to return to a home that may no longer exist in the form he remembers it, because the civilization that built it was already crumbling. That is not a myth. That is history. And it makes the question at the center of the poem, "Can I get home?" considerably more frightening when you understand that the home itself was not guaranteed to be there when he arrived. What Odysseus found on the water, in the 10 years between Troy and Ithaca, was stranger than any Bronze Age historian could have predicted. Odysseus left Troy with 12 ships and roughly 600 men. He arrived home with no ships and no men. Every single one of them died along the way. That fact tends to get lost in the telling of the Odyssey. People remember the monsters and the magic and the homecoming, but they forget the body count. 600 men sailed with him. 600 men did not come home. Their wives waited. Their children grew up without fathers. Their farms went untended, their debts unpaid, their names gradually forgotten. When Odysseus tells his own story, and this is one of the great structural innovations of the poem, the fact that most of the adventure is narrated by Odysseus himself in first person at a feast. To an audience that includes a king and queen who have just met him, he begins not with a monster or a miracle, but with a raid. The first stop after Troy was Ismarus, a city on the coast of Thrace in the far northeast of the Aegean. Ismarus was home to the Cyclones, a people who had fought as allies of Troy. They were, by the logic of war, enemies, and Odysseus treated them like enemies. He sacked the city. His men killed the Ciconian men, enslaved the women, plundered the goods, divided the spoils equally among the 12 ships. Odysseus himself says this with no evident shame. No hesitation. No moral qualification. I sacked the city and killed the men, he tells his hosts, as though describing a routine piece of military business. Which, in the context of ancient warfare, it was. But then Odysseus made what he presents as a tactical error, though I think it was something more than that. He ordered his men to leave immediately, take the plunder and go. His men refused. They wanted to stay on the beach and feast, roast the cattle they had taken, drink the wine they had looted, celebrate a quick and profitable victory. Odysseus was overruled by his own crew. They stayed. The next morning, the Cyclones returned. Not the farmers and fishermen of the coastal town, but the inland Cyclones. The warriors, the cavalry, the trained soldiers who came down from the hills in numbers too great to count. They drove the Greeks back to their ships. 6 men from each ship were killed. 72 men dead on a beach in Thrace because a crew wanted one more night of feasting. Odysseus fought a rearguard action, held the line long enough for the surviving men to board, and sailed away with his fleet diminished and his authority damaged. This is the first episode of the Odyssey, and it tells you something crucial about the next 10 years. Odysseus gives good advice. His men do not follow it. Men die. This pattern repeats at the island of the Cyclops, at the Bag of Winds, at the Cattle of the Sun, with a regularity that begins to feel like fate rather than coincidence. Odysseus is the smartest man on every ship, and it does not save anyone. From Thrace, the fleet sailed south and west, rounding the bottom of the Peloponnese. A storm sent by Zeus, Odysseus says, drove them off course for 9 days, battering the ships, tearing sails, breaking oars, pushing them far from any recognizable coastline into waters none of them had ever sailed. On the 10th day, they made landfall. The island of the Lotus Eaters. Homer does not describe the island in detail. He does not name it. He does not tell us what it looked like, what climate it had, what kind of coastline greeted the ships. This vagueness is deliberate. The Lotus Eaters exist in a place that resists description because description requires memory, and memory is exactly what the lotus destroys. Odysseus sent 3 men ashore to scout. They encountered the native people, the Lotophagoi, who offered them the fruit of the lotus plant. The men ate it, and they forgot. Not specific things, not names or dates or navigational coordinates. They forgot desire. They forgot purpose. They forgot that they wanted to go home. The men who ate the lotus sat down on the shore and wept, not from sadness but from a kind of overwhelmed contentment, and refused to return to the ships. They wanted nothing. They needed nothing. The ache of homesickness, the drive to keep sailing, the burning memory of wives and children and hearth fires on Ithaca, all of it dissolved like salt in warm water. They were, for the first time in 10 years, perfectly at peace. And Odysseus dragged them back to the ships by force, bound them, lashed them to the rowing benches, ordered every other man to board immediately before anyone else could taste the fruit. He did not negotiate. He did not reason. He used physical force to remove his men from paradise. Because he understood something that the Lotus Eaters did not. Peace without memory is not peace. It is erasure. This is the first temptation of the Odyssey, and it establishes the central tension that will drive the rest of the poem. The journey home is painful. The sea is hostile. The storms are relentless. The monsters are hungry. At every stop, Odysseus is offered some version of the same bargain. Stay here, stop struggling, forget Ithaca, accept comfort in place of homecoming. The lotus is the simplest version of that offer. Others will be more sophisticated, more seductive, more difficult to refuse. But the terms are always the same. Give up the memory of who you are and where you belong, and the pain stops. Odysseus says number, every time. For 10 years, he says number. They came to the island of the Cyclopes next, and everything changed. What happens in this chapter is the single most consequential mistake in the entire poem. Every monster afterward, every shipwreck, every storm, every death, all of it traces back to what happened in the cave on this island. If Odysseus had done one thing differently, kept his mouth shut at one specific moment, he might have been home within the year. Instead, he opened his mouth, and the sea closed against him for a decade. I want you to see the cave. Homer describes it with unusual precision, as though the physical details of this particular place mattered more than any other location in the poem. The island was lush. Wild goats grazed on it in numbers so large that the hunting was effortless. A freshwater spring ran clear and cold from the rocks. The harbor was deep and protected, requiring no anchor ropes. The ships could simply be beached on the sand and held by the natural curve of the shore. It was, by every practical measure, an ideal stopping point for a fleet that was running low on supplies and morale. On the mainland across a narrow strait, Odysseus spotted a cave, high up on a hillside, vast, ringed by a yard of rough stones, fenced with laurel and pine. Smoke drifted from the entrance. Sounds of livestock, sheep and goats, echoed from inside. Someone lived there. Odysseus took 12 of his best men and a goatskin full of wine. Not ordinary wine. He had received this particular vintage from Marin, a priest of Apollo in Ismarus. One of the few seacones Odysseus had spared during the sack, because the man lived in a sacred grove and had offered gifts in exchange for his life. The wine was so potent that Marin diluted it 20 parts water to 1 part wine. And even at that ratio, it was dangerously strong. Odysseus had brought it undiluted. He did not know why. He says in the poem that some god put the thought in his mind. But he brought it. The most powerful wine in the ancient world, carried into a cave on a hunch. The cave was vast. The ceiling was high enough that the smoke from the central fire pit drifted upward and disappeared into darkness before reaching the rock above. Along the walls, wicker baskets held rounds of cheese, goat cheese pressed and drying in the cool air of the cavern, stacked in rows that spoke of months of careful production. Pails of whey stood in neat lines. Pens built from rough stones separated the lambs and kids from the ewes and does. The organization was meticulous. Whoever lived here was not a mindless brute. This was a dairy operation, a working farm, managed with skill and consistency. The men wanted to take the cheese and the lambs and run, load the supplies onto the ships and leave before the owner returned. Odysseus refused. He wanted to meet the host. He wanted to see what kind of person or being lived alone in a cave of this scale. The decision, as Odysseus later acknowledged, was a fatal error. Polyphemus came home at dusk. He was a Cyclops, one of the race of one-eyed giants, the sons of Poseidon, who lived without laws or assemblies or any form of organized society. Each Cyclops dwelt alone, tending his own flocks, governing his own household, answerable to no one. They did not plant crops. They did not build ships. They did not trade. They did not visit each other. The isolation was absolute and apparently preferred. Polyphemus drove his flocks into the cave. Then he sealed the entrance with a stone so heavy that Odysseus says 24 wheeled wagons could not have moved it. The number is specific and worth sitting with. 20 heavy wagons. The stone was a door that only a giant could open, and with it in place, the cave became a sealed chamber. Warm, dark, lit only by the fire, with no exit except through the stone and the giant who could move it. Polyphemus spotted the Greeks. He asked who they were. Odysseus answered with a formal speech. They were warriors returning from Troy, followers of Agamemnon, and they begged his hospitality in the name of Zeus, the protector of guests and suppliants. Polyphemus laughed. The Cyclopes, he said, cared nothing for Zeus or any god. They were stronger than the Olympians. He would show them no hospitality unless he felt like it. And then, with the casualness of a man reaching for a piece of fruit, he grabbed 2 of Odysseus's men, dashed their brains against the cave floor like puppies, and ate them, raw. Limbs and entrails and marrow and all. He washed them down with milk, lay down among his sheep, and fell asleep. Homer describes this with a clinical specificity that has disturbed readers for nearly 3 millennia. The sound of skulls on stone, the way the bodies came apart. The image of the Cyclops eating with his hands, blood on his beard, bones cracking between teeth the size of millstones, 2 of Odysseus's 12 men consumed in minutes, while the others cowered in the shadows and wept. Odysseus drew his sword. He considered killing Polyphemus in his sleep. And then he realized in a moment of clarity that separates him from every other hero in Greek mythology, if he killed the giant, they were all dead anyway. No one else could move the stone. They would be sealed in the cave forever, alive, free, and trapped, with a corpse and a rock and no way out. Metis, the fox intelligence, the ability to think past the obvious solution to the actual problem. Killing the Cyclops was the warrior's answer. The warrior's answer would kill everyone. Odysseus needed a different answer. He spent the night thinking. By morning, he had a plan. The plan unfolded over the course of a single day, and every element of it, the wine, the name, the stake, the sheep, fit together with the precision of a mechanism designed by a very careful mind. First, the stake. While Polyphemus was out with his flocks during the day, he sealed the cave with the stone each time. Trapping the Greeks inside, Odysseus found a piece of green olive wood the size of a ship's mast. He and his men sharpened one end to a point and hardened it in the fire. Then they hid it beneath the dung that covered the cave floor. Second, the wine. When Polyphemus returned and ate 2 more men, 4 dead now, out of 13, Odysseus offered him the undiluted wine from Marin. The giant drank. The potency hit him with the force of a drug. He demanded more. Odysseus poured again. And again, 3 bowls of the most powerful wine in the world. Undiluted on an empty stomach the size of a bathtub. Third, the name. Polyphemus, drunk and momentarily pleased, asked Odysseus his name. He would give Odysseus a guest gift, he said, the first gesture of hospitality in the entire encounter. Odysseus answered, "My name is Nobody. My mother and father and all my companions call me Nobody." The giant laughed. "Then I will eat nobody last," he said. "That is my gift to you." And he passed out. Face down, vomiting wine and fragments of human flesh. Fourth, the stake. Odysseus and 4 chosen men heated the sharpened olive stake in the fire until the green wood glowed. Then they drove it into the Cyclops' single eye. Homer compares the sound to a blacksmith plunging red-hot metal into cold water. The hiss, the steam, the sizzle of something burning. The eyeball burst. The lid seared shut. Polyphemus screamed, a scream that echoed off the cave walls and carried out through the cracks in the stone to the neighboring islands. The other Cyclopes came running. They gathered outside the sealed entrance and called in. "What is wrong, Polyphemus? Who is hurting you?" Polyphemus, blinded, howling, groping through the darkness for the men who had destroyed his eye, screamed back the only name he had been given, "Nobody. Nobody is hurting me. Nobody is killing me by craft and not by force." The Cyclopes outside shrugged. If nobody was hurting him, then it must be a sickness sent by Zeus. And there was nothing they could do. They walked away. Think about that. The entire escape, the lives of Odysseus and his remaining men, hinged on a pun, a deliberate play on words, planted hours in advance. Weaponized at the precise moment it was needed. Not strength, not speed, not a divine intervention or a magical sword. A name, a false name. A lie so elegant that it turned the Cyclops' own language against him. This is Metis. This is what makes Odysseus different from Achilles, from Heracles, from every other Greek hero who solves problems with muscle and bronze. Odysseus solved problems with words. The morning came. Polyphemus rolled the stone aside to let his sheep out to graze, sitting in the entrance. Arms spread, feeling each animal as it passed to make sure no man slipped out among the flock. Odysseus tied his men to the undersides of the largest rams. 3 sheep lashed side by side, a man hanging beneath the middle one, clinging to the wool of the belly, invisible from above. He himself chose the largest ram in the flock and clung to its underside, fingers twisted into the thick fleece. Hanging face down inches from the ground while the animal walked through the doorway and past the groping hands of the blinded giant. Polyphemus felt the ram's back, ran his broad, groping hand along the wool. He even spoke to it. This was his favorite ram, the one who always led the flock. And today the ram was the last to leave. "Dear old ram," the giant said, and the tenderness in his voice is one of the strangest moments in the poem. "You are always first out. Today you lag behind. Is it grief for your master's eye? If only you could speak and tell me where that nobody is hiding. I would smash him against the floor until his brains splattered the cave." The ram walked out. Odysseus dropped from its belly. The men untied themselves. They drove the sheep down to the ships in silent haste, loaded the animals as plunder, and pushed off from shore, rowing hard, pulling away from the island with the urgency of men who understood that escape was measured in minutes. And then Odysseus made the mistake that cost him everything. He stood at the stern of his ship. He looked back at the cave entrance, where Polyphemus sat, blind and bloody and humiliated. And he shouted. Not a taunt, a correction. The false name had done its work. The plan had succeeded. But Odysseus could not bear to leave without claiming credit. "Cyclops," he called across the widening water, "if any mortal man asks who put out your eye, tell him it was Odysseus, raider of cities, son of Laertes, whose home is in Ithaca." His men begged him to stop. The ship was still within range of the rocks that a blinded giant could throw by sound alone. And Polyphemus was already tearing boulders from the cliff face and hurling them toward the voice. One rock landed so close to the ship that the backwash nearly drove them into the shore. But Odysseus shouted his name again, the full name, the lineage, the island. Polyphemus raised his arms to the sky and prayed to his father. Poseidon, god of the sea, shaker of the earth, ruler of every wave between Troy and Ithaca, he prayed, let Odysseus never reach his home. But if it is fated that he must return, let him come late, in evil plight, with all his companions lost, in another man's ship, and find trouble in his house. Every word of that prayer was answered. Every single one. And the cost of Odysseus shouting his name into that wind will take us the rest of tonight's story to fully understand. I almost did not include this next thought, because it risks sounding too modern, too psychological, too far from the text. But the more I sit with this scene, the more I think it is the hinge of the entire poem. Not just narratively, but psychologically. Why did Odysseus shout his name? He had escaped. The nobody trick had worked flawlessly. He was free. His men were alive. All he had to do was sail away in silence and let the Cyclops rage behind him at an enemy he could not name, could not find, could not curse with any specificity. But Odysseus could not do it. He could not win anonymously. He could not be nobody, even when being nobody was the only thing keeping him alive. His identity, his name, his reputation, his kleos, the Greek concept of glory that was considered more valuable than life itself, demanded recognition. He had outsmarted a giant. He needed the giant to know who had outsmarted him. The ego overrode the intelligence. The warrior overrode the fox. That is the tragedy embedded in the architecture of the Odyssey. Odysseus is the smartest man in every room, on every ship, on every island. His intelligence saves him again and again. But his need to be known as intelligent, his need to be recognized, to be named, to be Odysseus rather than nobody, is the thing that keeps destroying him. The same quality that makes him a hero makes him a fool. The same voice that devised the trick is the voice that undid it. That tension, between cunning and pride, between survival and glory, between getting home alive and getting home famous, runs through every chapter of the Odyssey like a crack through a load-bearing wall. You can see the wall standing, you can see it is strong, but you can also see the crack. And you know, if you look carefully enough, exactly where it is going to break. What happens next is the cruelest chapter of the Odyssey. Not the bloodiest, not the most frightening, not the most spectacular. The cruelest. Because this is the chapter in which Odysseus comes within sight of home, close enough to see the smoke rising from the hearth fires on Ithaca, and loses it. After the Cyclops' island, the fleet sailed to Aeolia, the floating island of Aeolus, keeper of the winds. Aeolus was not a god exactly. He was a mortal whom Zeus had appointed steward of the winds, a kind of divine bureaucrat charged with storing and releasing the various air currents that drove ships across the Mediterranean. His island floated on the water, ringed by a wall of unbreakable bronze. And if that detail sounds familiar, it should. Bronze walls, divine commission. A single custodian given authority over a force of nature. The parallels to Talos are not coincidental. The Greek imagination returned to certain architectural patterns the way a dreamer returns to certain rooms. Aeolus welcomed Odysseus. They feasted for a month. An entire month of hospitality, of stories exchanged, of the war recounted in full while the Windkeeper listened, and his 6 sons and 6 daughters, who had married each other. In a detail Homer mentions without comment, served wine and food. At the end of the month, Aeolus gave Odysseus a gift. A bag, an oxhide bag, stitched tight, bound with a silver cord. Inside the bag, every unfavorable wind. Every gust, every gale, every headwind and crosswind that could blow a ship off course between Aeolia and Ithaca. Aeolus had captured them all and sealed them in leather. The only wind he left free was the gentle west wind, Zephyrus, which would blow Odysseus's fleet straight home in a steady, uninterrupted push. All Odysseus had to do was keep the bag sealed and let the west wind carry him. For 9 days it worked. 9 days of smooth sailing following winds. The fleet cutting west across the Aegean and into the Ionian Sea with the reliability of a train on tracks. Odysseus stood at the helm himself, gripping the sheet that controlled the sail, refusing to let anyone else take over. For 9 days, he did not sleep, did not eat, did not close his eyes. He watched the bag, he watched the horizon, he watched the west wind fill the sails and push the thought of rest away each time it surfaced, because rest meant letting go, and letting go meant trusting his crew with the one thing he could not afford to lose. On the 10th day, Ithaca appeared on the horizon, the island, his island. Close enough to see the individual peaks. Close enough, Odysseus says, to see the smoke from the cooking fires. Close enough that the men on deck were pointing and shouting and weeping with recognition. 20 years of absence, 20 years of war and wandering, and there it was, green and rocky and real, rising from the water like a promise kept. Odysseus, after 9 days without sleep, finally closed his eyes. His men had been watching the bag for 9 days. They had been told it contained a gift from Aeolus, but Odysseus had not told them what was inside. He had kept the secret to himself, either from caution or from the same instinct for control that had kept him at the helm for 9 sleepless days. The men talked among themselves. They speculated. Gold, they decided. Silver, treasure that Odysseus was hoarding for himself while sharing the plunder from the Seacones equally. It was not fair, it was not right. He was their king, but he was keeping secrets, and the secrets were in a bag that was right there, lashed to the mast, easy to open, easy to check. They opened it. Every wind in the Mediterranean exploded from the bag at once. The storm was instantaneous and total. Each vessel was seized, spun, driven backward across every mile crossed in 9 days, back past the Ionian Islands, back past the western Peloponnese, back past the Cyclades, back across the Aegean, back to Aeolia. The entire journey erased, the entire distance reversed. Ithaca vanished behind them like a coin dropped into deep water. Odysseus woke to chaos, the wind howling, hulls careening, the men screaming, and Ithaca gone, he says in the poem that he considered throwing himself overboard. The Greek word he uses, aner, suggests not just suicidal despair, but a kind of existential exhaustion so total that the body stops seeing the point of its own continued existence. For a moment, Odysseus genuinely considers dying. Not in battle, not at the hands of a monster, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly by his own choice, slipping over the side of a ship that is heading in the wrong direction. He did not jump. He pulled his cloak over his head and lay on the deck while his men wept around him. The fleet sailed back to Aeolia. Odysseus went to Aeolus and asked for help again. Aeolus looked at him, this man who had been given every advantage, every favorable wind, every possible tool for success, and had squandered it all through a failure he could not even explain, and refused. "Leave this island," Aeolus said. "You are hated by the gods. I will not help a man the gods have cursed." The fleet sailed away from Aeolia with no divine aid, no favorable winds, no map, and no hope of a quick passage home. Whatever broke in Odysseus on the deck of that ship, when Ithaca disappeared, and the winds reversed, and the distance between him and everything he loved reopened like a wound he thought had healed. It did not mend for a very long time. The fleet sailed for 6 days with no wind at all. The men rowed, arms aching, backs burning, blisters splitting and reforming and splitting again on palms that had been soft, when they left Troy and were now as rough as the oar handles they gripped. They had no idea where they were. The stars were unfamiliar, the coastlines were unknown. They were beyond the edge of any map any of them had ever seen. They came first to the island of the Laestrygonians. I will not spend long here because Homer does not. And because what happens is so sudden and so devastating that lingering on it feels almost exploitative. The Laestrygonians were giants, cannibals. When the Greek fleet entered their harbor, a deep, narrow fjord surrounded by high cliffs, the giants lined the cliff tops and hurled boulders down onto the ships like hail. 11 of the 12 ships were destroyed. The men were speared like fish and carried away to be eaten. Odysseus survived only because he had anchored his own ship outside the harbor mouth. Tied to a rock on the open coast rather than entering the fjord, he cut the mooring line, his crew rowed for their lives, and they escaped. 1 ship out of 12. From a crew of roughly 600, Odysseus was now down to perhaps 45 men. 11 ships sunk in a single harbor. Hundreds of men speared and eaten in the time it took Odysseus to cut a mooring line. The speed of the catastrophe is what makes it so difficult to process. Not a battle that unfolds over hours, not a siege that grinds on for weeks, but a slaughter completed in minutes, with no warning and no possibility of meaningful resistance. 1 ship, 1 crew, 1 captain, floating on an unknown sea with no allies, no supplies, no idea where they were, and the knowledge that the gods had turned against them. If you are counting, and the Odyssey rewards counting, Odysseus has now lost 11 ships, roughly 550 men, and every favorable circumstance the journey had offered him. The bag of winds is gone. The goodwill of Aeolus is gone. The fleet is gone. What remains is a single vessel, a skeleton crew, and a captain who has just watched everything he was responsible for disappear into a fjord full of giants. They came to Circe's island. Homer describes the island as thickly wooded, with smoke rising from a clearing deep in the forest. Odysseus climbed a high rock and saw the smoke. Evidence of habitation, of fire, of the possibility that someone lived here who might help or might not. He sent a scouting party of 23 men, led by his lieutenant Eurylochus. The men found a stone house in a clearing. Around the house, pacing in loose circles, were wolves and mountain lions, but not wild ones, tame, docile. They approached the men and rubbed against them like dogs greeting visitors. Eurylochus was immediately suspicious. Domesticated predators are not natural, but the other men were charmed. From inside the house, a woman's voice was singing. The sound was beautiful, clear and high and steady, accompanied by the rhythmic thump of a loom, weaving and singing. The oldest combination in Greek domestic life, the sound of a woman at home. 22 men entered the house. Eurylochus stayed outside. He waited. And after a time, the story does not say how long, the singing stopped and no one came out. Circe had drugged them. She had mixed a potion into the food, cheese and barley and honey and Pramnian wine, with a drug stirred in that made them forget their homeland. Then she touched each man with her wand and turned him into a pig. Not metaphorically, not symbolically. Homer is explicit. They had the heads and bristles and bodies and voices of pigs. But their minds remained human. They were aware. They were trapped inside animal bodies with full consciousness of what they had been and what they now were. Circe penned them in a sty and threw them acorns and cornel berries, pig food, and left them there. Eurylochus ran back to the ship and told Odysseus what had happened. He was shaking. He could not speak clearly. He begged Odysseus not to go to the house, not to risk the last men they had on a rescue attempt that would almost certainly end the same way. Odysseus went anyway. On the path to Circe's house, he met Hermes. The messenger god appeared in the form of a young man, which was his preferred form, and gave Odysseus 2 things, a piece of advice and a plant. The plant was called moly. Homer describes it as having a black root and a white flower, and says that it is difficult for mortal men to dig up, but easy for gods. Modern botanists have spent centuries trying to identify moly, snowdrop, mandrake, wild garlic, various species of allium, but no consensus exists. The plant was a countercharm. It would protect Odysseus from Circe's potion. The advice was more direct. When Circe offers you the drugged food, eat it. The moly will protect you. When she strikes you with her wand and the magic fails, draw your sword and rush at her as though you intend to kill her. She will be afraid. She will invite you to her bed. Accept. But first, make her swear a great oath by the gods that she will not harm you while you are naked and vulnerable. Hermes delivered these instructions with the business-like clarity of a man who had given similar briefings before. Then he vanished. Odysseus went to the house. He ate the drugged food. Circe struck him with the wand. Nothing happened. He drew his sword. Circe fell to her knees and said the words that have echoed through 27 centuries of commentary. Who are you? What man are you, and from where? What is your city, and who are your parents? I am amazed. No man has ever resisted this drug. You must be Odysseus of Ithaca, the man of many turns. She knew him by his immunity. She knew him by his resistance to her power. She had been expecting him, or at least expecting someone like him. The reputation of Odysseus had preceded him even to this uncharted island. They went to bed. Homer presents this transition without moral judgment. Odysseus was a married man. Penelope was waiting on Ithaca. But the sexual encounter with Circe is presented as part of the negotiation, a transaction that secures the release of his men, the restoration of their human forms, and the hospitality of a powerful being who could just as easily have kept them all as pigs forever. Circe restored the men. She touched each one with her wand, and they shed their pig bodies and stood upright. Younger, she says, and taller and more handsome than before, as though the transformation had been a kind of violent renewal. They wept. Circe wept. Even Odysseus felt pity stir in his chest. Then the most dangerous thing that can happen to a man trying to get home happened. He was comfortable. Odysseus stayed on Circe's island for 1 year. 1 full year, 12 months, 365 days. The men ate and drank and rested. The trauma of the Laestrygonians receded. The memory of Ithaca, the urgency of it, the burning need to return, softened at the edges, the way a flame softens when you starve it of air. They were fed, they were warm, they were safe. No monsters, no storms, no one-eyed giants hurling boulders at their ship. Just an island, a beautiful woman, good wine, an endless supply of meat, and the slow, corrosive comfort of not moving. Odysseus did not choose to leave. His men chose for him. After a year, Eurylochus, the same man who had refused to enter Circe's house, the cautious one, the fearful one, confronted Odysseus and said what everyone was thinking. What is wrong with you? Remember your homeland. Remember Ithaca. If it is fated that you will return, then return. Stop sitting here. Odysseus went to Circe and asked her to let them go. She agreed immediately. She had never been holding them against their will. The year had been voluntary, a self-imposed captivity disguised as rest. But before they left, she told Odysseus something that changed the shape of the entire journey. He could not sail home. Not yet. He had to go somewhere else first. The strangest detour in the entire poem, and the one that would change Odysseus more than any monster or storm ever could. He had to sail to the edge of the world and descend to the land of the dead. The land of the dead, in Greek, the realm of Hades, not to be confused with the god Hades, though the god and the place share a name, a darkness, and a quality of finality that makes both of them difficult to discuss without lowering your voice. Circe gave Odysseus detailed instructions. Sail north and west, she told him, beyond the river of ocean that rings the world, to the grove of Persephone, a stand of tall poplars and sterile willows on the shore of a sunless country where the fog never lifts. There, at the junction of 2 rivers of the underworld, the Acheron, river of woe, and the Cocytus, branch of the Styx, dig a pit, a small pit, about a cubit on each side. Pour into it a drink offering for the dead, first honey mixed with milk, then sweet wine, then water. Sprinkle white barley over the surface, then cut the throat of a black ram and a black ewe, letting the blood flow into the pit, and the dead will come. They will come because they are thirsty. The dead in the Greek underworld are not at rest. They are not in paradise. They are not in torment, not most of them. They are shadows. Idola, images, reflections, echoes of the people they were when they were alive. They drift through the asphodel meadows in a dim half-existence that is not death and not life, but something in between. Conscious enough to remember, too weak to act, unable to speak or think clearly unless they drink blood. Fresh blood restores them, briefly, to something like full awareness. It is the cruelest mercy in Greek mythology, a momentary return to yourself, followed by the inevitable fading back into shadow. Odysseus did as Circe instructed. He sailed to the edge of the world. He dug the pit, he made the offerings, he cut the throats of the animals and let the blood pool in the earth. The dead came. They rose from the pit like smoke. Young men with battle wounds still visible on their bodies, old men bent with age, girls who had died before their wedding day, warriors in bronze armor stained with the rust-colored residue of blood that had dried on metal decades ago. They swarmed around the pit, reaching for the blood, moaning with a sound that Odysseus describes as a noise like the cries of bats in a hollow cave. Thin, high, inhuman, the sound of voices that have forgotten how to speak at full volume. Odysseus drew his sword and held them back. He had been told to let specific shades drink first. Tiresias, the blind prophet of Thebes, who alone among the dead retained his full mental powers, a gift from Persephone, Tiresias would tell Odysseus what lay ahead and how to get home. But before Tiresias appeared, Odysseus saw someone he did not expect. And what that person said to him is one of the most devastating exchanges in ancient literature. Elpenor, a minor figure, one of the younger crew members. Not a warrior of note, not a leader, a man who on the morning of their departure from Circe's island had fallen asleep on her roof. Drunk, disoriented, still groggy from the night before. When the commotion of departure woke him, he stood up too quickly, forgot where he was, stepped off the edge of the roof, broke his neck, and died. The crew had sailed without realizing he was missing. His body lay unburied on Circe's island. The worst fate in Greek religion, a soul unable to cross into the underworld properly, stuck in a kind of spiritual limbo. Elpenor approached the pit. He did not need to drink the blood. His death was so recent that his shade still had voice and clarity. He begged Odysseus, "Go back to Circe's island, find my body, burn it, build a mound. Plant my ore on top so that future sailors will know a man is buried there." Odysseus promised, and the scene, this brief, quiet exchange between a living captain and a dead crewman who died not in battle but from falling off a roof while hungover, is one of the most human moments in the story. Not every death is heroic. Not every loss is grand. Some men die stupidly, pointlessly, from bad luck and bad wine and a roof with no railing. And even those men deserve a burial, a marker, a name. Tiresias came next. The blind prophet drank the dark blood and his eyes cleared. Or rather, his blind eyes turned toward Odysseus with the focused attention of a man who has never needed sight to see. He told Odysseus what he needed to know. Poseidon was the problem. The god was angry about Polyphemus. The journey home would be hard but not impossible, if Odysseus could control himself and his men. Specifically, when they reached the island of Nausicaa, where the cattle of the sun god Helios grazed, they must not touch the cattle. Not one. Not for any reason. If they left the cattle unharmed, they would reach Ithaca. If they ate the cattle, the ship and crew would be destroyed. And Odysseus would return alone, late, in another man's vessel, to find his house full of trouble. Tiresias also told him something else. Something that extends beyond the frame of the Odyssey itself. Even after reaching home, even after dealing with the troubles there, Odysseus would not be finished. He must take an oar and walk inland, away from the sea into the interior of a country so far from the coast that no one there had ever seen a ship or tasted salt. He must walk until someone looked at the oar on his shoulder and asked, "What is that winnowing fan you carry?" Mistaking the oar for a farming tool? There, in a land that had never heard of the sea, Odysseus must plant the oar in the earth, make sacrifice to Poseidon, and go home. Only then would the god's anger be satisfied. Only then would Odysseus find peace. The image is arresting. A sailor walking away from the sea until the sea is forgotten. Carrying the instrument of his suffering, the oar, the tool of the ship that could not bring him home, until he reaches a place where suffering has a different shape entirely. The journey does not end when Odysseus reaches Ithaca. It ends when he reaches a place where the sea has no name. After Tiresias, other shades came to the pit. Odysseus's own mother, Anticlea, was among them. He had not known she was dead. When Odysseus left for Troy, his mother was alive. 20 years had passed. Somewhere in those 20 years, during the war, during the wandering, during the months on Circe's island, Anticlea had died. Not from violence, not from illness, from grief. She died of longing for her son. The Greek word pathos means an aching, corrosive desire for someone who is absent, a pain that settles in the body and eventually consumes it. She had waited for him, and he had not come, and the waiting had killed her. Odysseus tried to embrace her. 3 times he reached for her shade. 3 times his arms passed through her body like hands through smoke. She was there. She was speaking to him. She could see him and hear him and tell him about Penelope and Telemachus and the state of his household. But she was not solid. She was a shadow, and shadows cannot be held. The detail of the 3 failed embraces appears again in Virgil's Aeneid. 4 centuries later, when Aeneas tries to embrace the shade of his dead father, Virgil borrowed it directly from Homer. It is one of the great repeating images of classical literature. The living reaching for the dead, the arms closing on nothing, the gap between memory and presence made physically real. You cannot hold what you have lost. You can only stand beside the place where it used to be in reach. Other shades came, heroes, legends, men whose names Odysseus had known since childhood, who had lived and fought and died in the generation before him or alongside him at Troy. Achilles appeared, the greatest warrior who had ever lived, the man who had chosen a short, glorious life over a long, obscure one. He had died at Troy, killed by an arrow, by the weakest weapon in the Greek arsenal, guided by a god to the one spot on his body that was vulnerable. He had chosen glory. He had gotten it. Every Greek knew his name. Every bard sang his deeds. His kleos, his fame, his glory was as permanent and brilliant as the armor Hephaestus had forged for him. Odysseus, standing at the pit in the land of the dead, told Achilles what everyone in the living world was saying about him. You are the most honored of the dead. You are revered. You are famous. You should not grieve at your death, because your glory is eternal. Achilles' response is the most famous line in the Odyssey. Perhaps the most famous line in all of Greek literature. Certainly the line that, more than any other, punctures the mythology of heroic death that the Iliad had so carefully constructed. Do not try to make light of death to me, Odysseus. I would rather be a slave to the poorest farmer alive, a landless, destitute man with nothing to his name, than be king of all the dead. Think about that. The greatest warrior in Greek mythology, the man whose entire life was organized around the pursuit of glory, who chose to die young at Troy rather than grow old in obscurity, standing in the underworld and saying, I was wrong. Glory is nothing. Death is nothing. I would trade everything, the fame, the songs, the eternal reputation, for one more day of life. Even a miserable day. Even a day spent working another man's field for no pay. Any life is better than this. The line demolishes the entire value system of the Iliad. The poem that celebrates war, that glorifies the warrior's death, that treats Kleos as the highest possible human achievement. And here is its greatest hero speaking from the far side of that achievement, saying it was not worth it. The dead do not care about glory. The dead do not hear the songs. The dead would trade every battlefield triumph for one more morning in the sun. Odysseus is listening. Odysseus, the man who shouted his name at the Cyclops because he could not bear to be nobody, the man for whom identity and reputation were worth more than safety, is standing in the underworld hearing the greatest warrior in history say that identity and reputation are worth nothing at all. Does he learn from it? Does it change him? The story does not say. But Odysseus, after this night in the land of the dead, never shouts his name again. Odysseus returned to Circe's island, as he had promised. He buried Elpenor, burned the body, raised a mound, planted the oar. Circe welcomed them again, fed them. And then, in the long hours before dawn, sat with Odysseus alone and told him what lay ahead. She described 3 obstacles, each one worse than the last, each one requiring a different kind of intelligence to survive. And the last of the 3 would cost Odysseus every man he had left. The sirens, the Wandering Rocks, or the Strait of Scylla and Charybdis, the island of the cattle of the sun. The sirens first. They were creatures Homer does not describe their bodies. Later tradition gave them the forms of birds with women's heads, but the poem cares only about their voices. They sat in a meadow on a small island, surrounded by the rotting corpses and bleaching bones of the men who had listened to them. Their song was irresistible, not because of its melody. Homer never describes the melody, but because of its content. They sang to each man the thing he most wanted to hear. They promised knowledge, they promised understanding, they promised the complete, comprehensive truth about everything that had happened at Troy and everything that was happening in the world. "We know everything," they sang. "Come closer and we will tell you." Circe told Odysseus how to survive them. Stop the ears of his crew with beeswax so they could not hear the song. But if Odysseus himself wanted to hear it, and Circe knew he would, because Odysseus was the kind of man who could not pass a source of knowledge without tasting it, then he should have his men tie him to the mast, bind him upright, hands and feet lashed to the wood, with orders that no matter how much he begged and screamed and threatened, they were not to untie him until the island was out of earshot. This is what happened. The crew plugged their ears. Odysseus was bound to the mast. The ship sailed past the Sirens' island, and Odysseus heard the song. Homer does not transcribe the melody. He gives us only the words, and the words are devastating in their precision. "Come closer, famous Odysseus, great glory of the Achaeans. Stop your ship and listen to our voice. No one has ever sailed past this island without hearing the honeyed voice from our lips. He who listens will go on his way a wiser man. For we know all that the Greeks and Trojans suffered at Troy, and we know everything that happens on the fertile earth." Everything. They promised him everything. Not pleasure, not beauty, not the simple animal gratification that the lotus offered. They promised understanding, the one thing Odysseus valued above all else. The man of many turns, the man of Metis, the man who needed to know. And here were voices offering him total knowledge at the cost of total destruction. He screamed to be untied. He strained against the ropes until the wood of the mast creaked, his face contorted, his men deaf in their beeswax, looked at him writhing against his bonds, and did exactly what they had been told to do. They tightened the ropes and rowed harder. The island fell behind them. The voices faded. Odysseus wept. The image, a man lashed to the mast of his own ship, straining toward destruction, saved from himself only by ropes, and the deaf loyalty of men who could not hear what he heard, has become one of the defining metaphors of Western civilization. It appears in philosophy, in economics, in addiction theory, in political science. It is the image of a person who understands his own weakness and constructs a system to protect himself from it. A man who knows he cannot trust himself, so he builds a framework of constraints and hands authority to others while he is still rational enough to do so. The Sirens episode is, in its essence, the first recorded example of what modern psychologists call a pre-commitment device. A decision made in advance to limit future choices, because the person making the decision knows that his future self will be compromised. Odysseus was smart enough to know he would be stupid, and he built a system to save himself from his own stupidity. That is Metis at its deepest, intelligence that includes self-knowledge, intelligence that accounts for its own failure modes. But the Sirens were only the first test. What came next was worse, because next there was no trick that could save everyone. After the Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, Circe had given Odysseus a choice. Two routes: on one side the wandering rocks, the planktae, moving cliffs that clashed together and crushed anything that tried to pass between them. Only one ship had ever survived the passage. The Argo, Jason's ship, and that only with the help of Hera. On the other side, a narrow strait flanked by two monsters. On the left, Charybdis, a whirlpool so vast and violent that 3 times a day it sucked down the sea itself. Water, ships, debris, everything within range. And 3 times a day it vomited it all back up. A ship caught in Charybdis was dead. No exceptions, no survivors. The entire vessel would be swallowed and splintered, and nothing would surface but fragments of wood. On the right, Scylla. She lived in a cave high on a cliff face, hidden in mist so thick that no man could see her until she struck. She had 12 dangling feet and 6 long necks, each neck ending in a head with 3 rows of teeth. When a ship passed beneath her cliff, she reached down and plucked 6 men from the deck, 1 for each mouth, and ate them while they screamed. Circe's advice was brutally practical. Take the right side. Lose 6 men to Scylla. It is better to lose 6 men than to lose everyone to Charybdis. There is no clever solution. There is no trick, no plan, no nobody gambit that will let you pass without loss. You will lose men. The only question is how many. Odysseus asked Circe, could he fight Scylla? Could he arm himself and stand on deck and cut her heads away as they reached for his crew? Circe's answer was one of the bleakest moments of advice in the poem. She is not mortal. She is an immortal evil. There is no fighting her, no defense. The best course is flight. If you stop to arm yourself against her, she will reach for you a second time and take 6 more. You cannot fight this. You can only survive it. Accept the losses. Grieve later. Sail past. This is the passage that gave English the phrase between Scylla and Charybdis, and the phrase in popular usage has come to mean between 2 bad options, which is accurate but insufficient. The real lesson of the strait is not that both options are bad, it is that one option is worse. And a leader must choose the less terrible outcome and live with the knowledge that people died because of a decision he made. Odysseus chose Scylla. 6 men were lifted from the deck, screaming his name, reaching for him with their hands. And he watched it happen and kept sailing. He says it was the most pitiful sight he had seen in all his wanderings, worse than the Cyclops, worse than the Laestrygonians. Because those were attacks, sudden, violent, comprehensible. The strait was a transaction, a calculated exchange of lives for passage, 6 men for a clear channel. The math was correct. The math was monstrous. What does it do to a man to make that calculation and be right? To lose 6 friends, men he had known for 20 years, men who had rowed beside him through storms and feasts and battles, and to know with absolute certainty that losing them was the correct decision? That the alternative was worse? That he would make the same choice again if he had to? The Odyssey does not flinch from this question. It does not offer Odysseus the comfort of regret. He does not say, "I should have found another way," he says. "It was the most pitiful thing I saw." And then he sails on, because the ship is still moving. Because Ithaca is still ahead. Because the dead are dead and the living must keep rowing. They emerged from the strait and came to Thrinacia, the island of the sun. Helios's sacred herd grazed here 350 cattle and 350 sheep, immortal animals that never gave birth and never died, tended by 2 of Helios's daughters. Beautiful nymphs who counted the animals each morning and each evening and never found one missing. Odysseus knew what Tiresias had said. Do not touch the cattle, do not eat the cattle. If you eat the cattle, you will all die. The prophecy had been specific and unconditional. He told his men, he begged them not to land on the island at all, to sail past, to keep moving, to put Thrinacia behind them and push for Ithaca. Eurylochus argued back. Every man in the crew was spent. It was evening. They needed to sleep on solid ground, to cook a meal, to rest before the final leg, just one night on the beach. They would not touch the cattle. Odysseus yielded. They landed. That night, Zeus sent a storm, a south wind so fierce and so sustained that for an entire month, 30 days, it blew without ceasing, pinning the ship on the beach, making any attempt to sail suicidal. The provisions ran out. They fished, hunted birds, scrounged for anything edible on the shore. They grew thin. Then they grew desperate. Odysseus went inland to pray. He walked to a sheltered spot, away from the camp, away from the beach, away from his men. He prayed to the gods, any god, every god, for help. And the gods answered in the cruelest way possible. They put him to sleep. While he slept, Eurylochus spoke to the crew. Eurylochus, the man who had refused to enter Circe's house, who had scolded Odysseus for lingering too long. The cautious man, the practical man. The man who survived by common sense rather than Metis. And his common sense, in this moment, led him to the one thing Odysseus had forbidden. All deaths are hateful to mortal men, Eurylochus said, but the most miserable death of all is to die of hunger. Come, let us drive off the best of Helios's cattle and sacrifice them to the gods. If we reach Ithaca, we will build the sun god a temple, a fine temple full of rich offerings. And if he destroys us for this, well, I would rather die quickly, swallowing a wave, than waste away slowly on this island. The logic was not irrational. Starvation was certain. Divine punishment was possible but not guaranteed. A blade was drawn. The first animal fell. Odysseus woke to the smell of roasting beef. He knew before he reached the beach what had happened. He knew in the marrow of his bones that the prophecy was now in motion and that nothing he did could stop it. He went to the beach and saw his men eating, and he cursed them. Not with anger, but with the weary resignation of a man who has watched the same pattern unfold so many times that surprise is no longer available to him. He gives good advice. They do not follow it. Men die. The cattle were not ordinary meat. Even as they roasted on the spits, the hides crawled on the ground. The flesh bellowed on the skewers. The meat moaned. The meat, cut from the bone and threaded on bronze, was still alive in some fundamental way that defied the normal rules of death. Still, they ate. For 6 days they feasted on meat that protested its own consumption. On the 7th day, the south wind stopped. The crew hauled in the mooring lines and pushed off. They did not sail far. Once they were out of sight of land, Zeus threw a thunderbolt. It struck the ship amidships. The mast snapped. A piece of rigging flew backward and crushed the helmsman's skull. The man who had been steering, the man who had been doing his job, killed by a fragment of his own ship. The hull broke apart. Every man went into the water. Every single one of them drowned. Odysseus survived by lashing the broken keel to the broken mast with the backstay rope. Creating a crude raft from the wreckage of his own ship, he clung to it. The current carried him backward, back through the strait, back toward Charybdis. The whirlpool sucked the raft down. Odysseus caught hold of a fig tree that grew from the cliff above the pool and hung there. Arms and legs wrapped around the trunk, suspended over the vortex, waiting for the raft to be regurgitated. When Charybdis vomited the wreckage back up, hours later, at the time when a judge rises from the assembly after settling disputes, Homer says, in one of those oddly specific temporal markers that make the poem feel lived in, Odysseus dropped from the tree, caught the floating timbers, and paddled away with his hands. He was alone. No ship, no crew, no provisions, no weapons except whatever was lashed to the wreckage. 600 men had sailed from Troy. Odysseus was the only one left. He drifted for 9 days. Alone on the open water, under a sky that did not answer him, in a current he could not control, heading in a direction he could not determine. 9 days. 9, the exact count of days the storm had spent driving his fleet off course before the Lotus Eaters. The Odyssey is full of these numerical echoes. 9 days here, 9 days there, as though the poem's internal clock runs on a cycle that repeats itself in spirals, carrying the hero through the same duration to a different shore. What does a man think about alone on the sea for 9 days? Homer is silent on Odysseus's inner life during the drift. No monologue, no prayer, no despair, just the fact of the drifting. The current, the sun rising and setting, the body going through the mechanical motions of survival. Drinking rainwater from the cups of his palms, sleeping on the raft in short intervals, scanning the horizon for something that was not water. 9 days of the most fundamental human experience, continuing to exist without knowing why, without knowing where you are going, without any evidence that going anywhere will make a difference. On the 10th day, the current carried him to an island, and the person who found him there would offer him the one thing that every other obstacle in the journey had failed to provide, a reason not to go home at all. On the 10th day, the current carried him to Ogygia, and the person who found him there would offer him something far more dangerous than any monster, a reason not to go home at all. Calypso's island, the most beautiful place in the story. Homer describes it with a specificity that suggests real love, as though the poet himself had been there or wished he had. A deep cave overgrown with vines, wild grape, heavy with fruit, the tendrils so thick they formed a living curtain over the entrance. 4 springs of clear water, flowing in 4 directions from the cave mouth, feeding meadows of soft grass and wild parsley and violets. Alders and poplars and cypress trees grew so thick around the cave that even the birds, the owls and hawks and long-winged cormorants, stopped and rested in the branches before continuing their journeys. The air smelled of cedarwood and citrus. a fire burned inside the cave. And the smoke drifted out through the vine curtain and carried the scent of burning cedar across the island. Calypso was a nymph, an immortal, a daughter of Atlas, who held up the sky at the edge of the world. She was beautiful beyond the capacity of mortal women to be beautiful. She was ageless. She was alone. She lived on her island at the edge of the world, far from the company of gods and mortals, weaving at her loom. Singing to herself, tending her garden, receiving no visitors because no one traveled this far from the known world. And then the sea delivered a man to her shore. Half dead, salt-blind, sunburned, dehydrated, clinging to a raft of broken timbers, the last survivor of a fleet of 12 ships that had left Troy 10 years ago. She pulled him from the water. She fed him. She nursed him. She saved his life. And then she fell in love with him, and she kept him for 7 years. 7 years. Think about the math again, because the numbers in the Odyssey reward attention. 10 years of war. 1 year on Circe's island, various weeks and months at other stops. 7 years on Ogygia. The bulk of Odysseus's 20-year absence from Ithaca was spent not fighting monsters or outwitting giants, but living in a cave with a goddess who loved him and offered him everything a human being could want. Calypso offered him immortality. She offered him eternal youth. She said she would make him ageless and deathless, like the gods themselves, if he would stay. No more suffering, no more shipwrecks, no more storms, no more hunger, no more watching men die, no more aging, no more death. Just this island, this cave, this woman, this beauty, forever. Odysseus said number. Not immediately, not easily, not without 7 years of increasingly painful coexistence. Calypso in love, Odysseus miserable, sharing a bed at night, and then during the day, Odysseus walking to the shore and sitting on the rocks and staring out at the sea and weeping. Every day, for 7 years. He sat on the rocks and cried. Homer is careful with this detail. He does not glamorize Odysseus's suffering on Ogygia. He does not present it as heroic endurance or noble resistance. He presents it as a man who is desperately unhappy and cannot leave. Calypso is not holding him prisoner in the way. The Cyclops held him prisoner. There is no stone blocking the exit, no threat of violence, but she is an immortal, and he is a mortal. And the island is surrounded by an ocean he cannot cross alone. He has no ship. He cannot build one, or if he can, he cannot sail it alone across the open water to a shore he cannot see. He is, in the most literal sense, stranded, marooned on paradise. And paradise, without the people you love, is just another kind of island. This is the moment I keep coming back to whenever I think about the Odyssey. Not the Cyclops, not the sirens, not the slaughter of the suitors. This, the man on the rocks crying, staring at water he cannot cross. Because this is the scene that reveals what the entire poem is actually about. It is not about adventure. It is not about cunning. It is not about monsters. It is about the irreducible, non-negotiable, utterly irrational human need to go home. Calypso offered Odysseus everything the gods have: immortality, eternal youth, an end to suffering, a permanent address in the most beautiful place in the world. With a companion more beautiful than any mortal woman alive, by any rational measure, the offer was overwhelmingly superior to the alternative. Sailing back to a rocky island, to a wife who was growing old, to a kingdom besieged by suitors, to a body that would age and weaken and eventually die. And Odysseus chose the rocky island. He chose the mortal wife. He chose death. When Athena finally intervened, petitioning Zeus on Olympus, arguing that Odysseus had suffered long enough, Zeus sent Hermes to Ogygia with an order: let him go. Calypso obeyed, but not without bitterness. She complained to Hermes that the gods were hypocrites. Male gods took mortal lovers without consequence, but when a goddess loved a mortal man, the Olympians interfered. She was right. The double standard was obvious. But the order stood. Calypso went to Odysseus on the shore. She told him he could leave. She told him she would help him build a raft and provision it for the journey. And then, in a final, almost heartbreaking attempt, she tried one last time. "Do you really want to go home?" she asked. "Do you really want your wife? Look at me. I am more beautiful than she is. I am immortal. She is mortal. She will grow old, she will die. And still you prefer her? Odysseus answered with a line that is, I think, the emotional center of the entire poem. Goddess, do not be angry with me. I know very well that wise Penelope cannot compare with you in beauty or stature. She is mortal. You are immortal and ageless. But even so, I ache every day to go home and see the day of my return. And if some god wrecks me again on the wine-dark sea, I will endure it. I have a patient heart. I have suffered much already on the waves and in the war. Let this suffering be added to the rest. He chose suffering. He chose mortality. He chose a woman he hadn't seen in 20 years over a goddess standing in front of him. Not because he didn't understand the offer. He understood it completely. He chose Penelope because she was his. Because Ithaca was his. Because home is not a place where you are happy. Home is the place where you belong. Remember that line? It will matter again before tonight is over. I have spent a long time with this scene. It is the scene I keep returning to. Not the Cyclops, not the slaughter, not the bow. This? The man on the rocks, the offer of paradise, the refusal, because the logic of the refusal is, by any external measure, insane. Calypso was offering him a life without pain, without aging, without the slow deterioration of a body that was already, at this point, scarred and weathered and ground down by 20 years of war and wandering. She was offering him beauty beyond mortal comprehension in a garden where the springs never dried and the fruit never rotted. And he sat on the rocks and cried for Ithaca. What was on Ithaca? A stone house on a steep island. A wife he had not seen in 2 decades. A woman who was, by the immutable mathematics of mortal biology, 20 years older than the day he left. A son who is now a man with his own opinions and resentments. A kingdom besieged by parasites. An economy in decline. A dog that was dying. That was what he chose. A specific set of imperfections that belonged to him over a perfect world that did not. If you have ever been homesick, truly homesick, not the mild inconvenience of being away for a weekend, but the deep structural ache of being far from the only place that makes you feel like yourself, then you understand Odysseus's choice better than any philosopher can explain it. Home is not about comfort. It never was. Home is about recognition. It is about being known. Calypso knew Odysseus's body. Penelope knew his mind. And the mind, for a man whose entire identity was built on intelligence, metis, cunning, the fox thinking that had kept him alive when strength and speed had failed, the mind was where he lived. Penelope was the only person in the world who knew where the furniture was. The Greeks had a word for this. Nostos, homecoming. The word nostalgia derives from it, nostos plus algos, the pain of return. Nostalgia is not the fond remembering of the past. It is the ache of a place you cannot reach. Odysseus carried that ache for 20 years. It was heavier than the stone that sealed the Cyclops' cave, stronger than the winds in Aeolus's bag, more insistent than the siren's song. And no amount of beauty, no amount of comfort, no amount of immortality could make it stop. Calypso helped him build the raft. She gave him tools, an axe, an adze, and showed him trees to fell. 20 trees in 4 days. He cut them, trimmed them, notched them, drilled them. Fitted them together with pegs and joints and cross braces. Homer describes the construction in technical detail. The kind of detail that a poet who had never built a raft would not know and could not fake. Keel timbers, washboards, a mast socket, braces and stanchions, a rudder. Calypso gave him woven cloth for a sail. She provisioned the raft with bread and water and wine and dressed him in fresh clothes. Fragrant, clean, the smell of cedar from the cave still in the fabric. He sailed east for 17 days. The stars were his navigation. Calypso had told him to keep the bear on his left hand, the constellation that never sets, the one fixed point in the northern sky. 17 days of calm water, favorable winds, the raft holding together, the sun rising and setting with a regularity that felt almost like forgiveness. On the 18th day, he saw land. The mountains of Scheria, the island of the Phaeacians, appeared on the horizon like dark clouds. And at the same moment, Poseidon saw him. The god was returning from a feast with the Ethiopians, the people at the edge of the world, whom the gods visited for banquets and sacrifices. Poseidon had been away from Olympus. He had not heard Zeus's decree. He had not known that Odysseus was free. And when he looked down from the sky and saw the man who had blinded his son floating on a raft toward safety, toward the Phaeacians, who would surely carry him the rest of the way home, the god's rage was immediate and total. He gathered the clouds, he stirred the sea with his trident. He summoned every wind at once, east and south and west and north, and hurled them at the raft in a collision of air currents that turned the water into a vertical landscape of walls and valleys and collapsing ridges. Waves the height of houses. Wind that tore the sail from its yard. The mast snapped. The rudder was ripped from Odysseus's hands. The raft was picked up and flung sideways and forward and down into a trough so deep that the walls of water on either side blocked out the sky. Odysseus, in the trough, in the dark, in the roaring chaos of a sea that a god had weaponized against him personally, said something that reveals more about his character than any triumph. He said, "The Trojans who died at Troy were lucky. They died in battle, with their friends around them, with proper funeral rites. I will die here, in the dark alone, with no one to bury me. Not a prayer, not a plea, not a curse, a statement of comparison. The men who died in the war had it better than this. At least they died among people who knew their names." A sea goddess named Ino, once a mortal woman, transformed by the gods after her own suffering, appeared to him as he clung to the disintegrating raft. She gave him her veil, a magical scarf, and told him to wrap it around his chest, abandon the raft, and swim. The veil would protect him. He would not drown. Odysseus hesitated. Abandon the raft? The raft was all he had. The raft was Calypso's gift, built with his own hands from 20 trees. The physical manifestation of his departure from 7 years of captivity, and a strange woman was telling him to let go of it and trust a piece of cloth. Poseidon sent a final wave, a wave that Homer compares to a winter gale picking up a pile of dry chaff and scattering it in all directions. The raft shattered. Odysseus was thrown into the water. He wrapped the veil around his chest and swam. For 2 days and 2 nights, Odysseus swam through the storm. No food, no rest, no raft, no shore in sight. Just his arms, and the veil, and the water, and the steadily weakening conviction that land existed somewhere ahead of him. On the 3rd day, the storm subsided. Poseidon's anger for the moment was spent. Odysseus saw the coast of Scheria. Rocky, cliff-bound, the surf crashing against stone with a thunder that meant no safe landing. He swam along the coast, looking for a beach, a river mouth, any place where the stone relented. He found a river. The current met the tide and created a brief slack in the surf. He swam in, hauled himself onto the bank, and collapsed. He was naked. His skin was raw. Salt had crusted in every crack and fold of his body. His hands were torn from gripping the raft. His lips were split. He could barely see the salt, and the wind and the spray had swollen his eyes nearly shut. He crawled into a thicket of wild olive trees, pulled dead leaves over his body like a blanket, and fell asleep. Athena, watching from above, poured a deep sleep over him. Not ordinary sleep, the kind of sleep that repairs, that heals, that closes the distance between the body's damage and the body's capacity to endure. Odysseus slept in the leaves like an ember buried in ash. Still alive, still burning, but hidden, preserved, waiting for the morning to blow the ash away and find the fire still hot. He was woken by the sound of girls laughing. Nausicaa, the daughter of King Alcinous of the Phaeacians, had come to the river to do the palace laundry. She had taken a wagon of dirty clothes, a team of mules, a picnic lunch, and a group of her handmaidens. They washed the clothes in the river pools, spread them on the warm rocks to dry, and then, because they were young and the day was warm and the work was done, they undressed and went swimming. And afterward they played a game with a ball, throwing it back and forth, singing while they played. One of the girls threw wild. The ball sailed past its target and splashed into the river. The girls screamed, the playful, delighted scream of a near miss, of a game going wrong in a harmless way. The sound woke Odysseus. He emerged from the thicket, naked, caked with brine, his hair matted, his skin raw and swollen, holding a leafy branch over his groin for modesty. Homer compares him to a mountain lion, lean and rain-soaked, eyes burning with hunger, descending from the hills toward a flock of sheep. The comparison is not flattering. Odysseus, in this moment, looked like a predator. a wild animal emerging from cover. The handmaidens screamed the genuine, terrified scream this time, and scattered. Only Nausicaa stood her ground. Athena had put courage in her heart. The princess stood alone on the riverbank and watched this devastated stranger approach her, and she did not run. Odysseus spoke to her. And what he said, the speech he gave to a teenage girl on a riverbank when he was naked and starving and at the absolute lowest point of his entire journey, is often cited as the finest example of persuasive rhetoric in Homer. Not because it was clever, because it was true. He did not touch her knees, the standard gesture of a Greek suppliant, because he recognized that a naked, salt-crusted stranger grabbing a young woman's legs would terrify her. He stood at a distance. He told her she looked like Artemis, the goddess. He told her that whoever married her would be the most fortunate man alive. He told her he had been at sea for 20 days. He asked for clothes, for directions to the city, for the basic mercy of one human being acknowledging another. Nausicaa gave him everything: clothes, food, oil to wash with. She told her handmaidens to come back. Are you afraid of him? He is no enemy. He is a poor, shipwrecked stranger. And strangers are under the protection of Zeus. She led him toward the city, but made him wait in a grove outside the walls so that no one would see her walking with a strange man and start rumors. She was, even at her age, politically astute. Odysseus walked into the city of the Phaeacians alone, wrapped in mist by Athena so that no one could see him until he reached the palace. And when the mist dissolved and the Phaeacians saw him, what they saw was a man transformed. Athena had restored his appearance, made him taller, broader, his hair thick and dark, his face shining. He looked, for the first time in years, like a king. The palace of Alcinous was a wonder: gold and silver walls, bronze thresholds, doors of gold hung on posts of silver, and guarding the entrance, golden dogs and silver dogs, crafted by Hephaestus himself, deathless and ageless, perpetual watchdogs that never slept and never failed. If you have been following this archive, if you remember the divine forge, if you remember the catalog of Hephaestus's creations, then you recognize these dogs. They are the same golden watchdogs we discussed in the Talos episode, the same divine artisan, the same materials, the same concept: automated guardians, machines that never tire. Security systems forged by the god of technology. The Phaeacians were, in the world of the Odyssey, the closest thing to a utopian society. They were sailors, the best in the world, their ships guided by thought rather than rudder, able to find any destination without charts or stars. They lived in comfort and abundance. They held athletic competitions. They listened to bards. They gave gifts to strangers without asking anything in return. They were, in short, everything Ithaca was not. Wealthy, peaceful, generous, unburdened by the suitors and the scheming and the 20-year absence of a king. Alcinous welcomed Odysseus without knowing his name. The Phaeacians did not ask. Hospitality first, questions later. The proper order, in Greek culture, of dealing with a stranger: they fed him. They gave him wine. They showed him to a soft bed. The next day they held a feast. A bard named Demodocus, blind, as Homer himself was said to be, a detail that scholars have interpreted as self-portraiture, sang songs. He sang about the Trojan War. He sang about a quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles. And Odysseus, sitting among strangers who did not know who he was, heard his own life turned into entertainment and wept. He pulled his cloak over his face to hide the tears. Alcinous noticed. The king noticed everything. He called for the song to stop and announced athletic games instead. A distraction, a mercy, a tactful way of redirecting the evening away from whatever private grief was tearing this stranger apart. The games proceeded. The young Phaeacian nobles competed, running, wrestling, discus, boxing. One of them, a brash young man named Euryalus, taunted Odysseus. "You don't look like an athlete," he said. "You look like a merchant, a man who sails for profit, not for glory." Odysseus stood. He picked up the heaviest discus on the field, heavier than any the young men had thrown, and hurled it. It sailed past every mark the Phaeacians had set, so far that the crowd gasped. Then Odysseus turned to the assembled court and said, with a quiet fury that silenced the field, "I am skilled in all the arts of war. I am not the worst among men. I was one of the best once in my generation. Test me. Any contest you like, Any man among you, I will compete with anyone except Laodamas. Who is my host's son? And no man fights his host. The field went silent. No one took the challenge. That evening, Demodocus sang again, this time at Odysseus's own request. He sang about the wooden horse, the fall of Troy, the sack. The moment Odysseus had entered the city through the belly of the horse and brought the war to its end. And Odysseus wept again. Openly this time, the tears running down his face as he listened to his own greatest triumph narrated by a blind man at a feast on an island where no one knew his name. Alcinous stopped the song a second time. He turned to Odysseus and asked the question that had been hanging over the feast since the stranger arrived. Who are you? What is your name? Where do you come from? Tell us your story. And here the poem does something that no story had ever done before. Odysseus told them. He told them everything. From Troy to Aeolia, from the Cyclops to the Sirens, from Circe to Calypso. From the land of the dead to the shore where Nausicaa found him in the bushes, he told the story that is the Odyssey. The story within the story, the narrative spiral that makes it unique in ancient literature. Most of the Odyssey is Odysseus telling the Odyssey. The hero is his own bard. The subject is its own narrator. The Phaeacians listened in silence. When he finished, they loaded a ship with gifts, bronze and gold and woven cloth, and sailed him home to Ithaca. The fastest ship in the world, crewed by the finest sailors, guided by thought. Odysseus fell asleep during the crossing. The Phaeacians carried him, sleeping, onto the beach at Ithaca and laid him on the sand with his gifts piled beside him. He woke up, and the hardest part of the Odyssey was about to begin, because getting to Ithaca, it turns out, was not the same as getting home. He did not recognize the shore. Athena had covered the island in mist. Or Odysseus's eyes, after 20 years, no longer recognized the contours of a landscape he had once known as well as his own hands. He sat on the beach and wept. Again, he wept because he thought the Phaeacians had abandoned him on some unknown shore. He wept because he was tired of weeping. He wept because every arrival in the Odyssey has turned out to be a departure in disguise. And he had stopped believing in endings. Athena appeared to him and dispersed the mist. The island resolved around him. The harbor, the olive tree, the cave of the nymphs, the rocky path leading up to the ridge, Ithaca, his island. After 20 years, he fell to his knees and kissed the ground. 20 years, 10 at war, 10 at sea, and now the earth beneath his hands was Ithaca. The rocky soil, the scrub brush, the particular smell of the island he had been unable to forget, no matter how many goddesses offered him something better. He was home. But the house was not empty, and the man who walked through that door would not be recognized by anyone inside it. Not his wife, not his son, not the servants who had raised him. The man who had outwitted a Cyclops and refused a goddess and survived the land of the dead would now have to do the hardest thing the story asks of him: walk into his own home as a stranger. And watch. Remember the bed I mentioned at the beginning? The olive tree, the room built around it, the secret only 2 people know? We are getting close now. But Ithaca was not the Ithaca he had left. Athena told him what had happened. 108 suitors, young noblemen from Ithaca and the surrounding islands, had moved into his palace. They were courting Penelope. They wanted her to declare Odysseus dead, choose a new husband, and hand over the kingdom. While they waited for her answer, they feasted in Odysseus's hall. They ate his cattle. They drank his wine. They slept with his serving women. They disrespected his son. They consumed his household like locusts devouring a field. Not in a single devastating sweep, but slowly, meal by meal, day by day, year after year, until the wealth of a king was being eaten down to the bones. 108 men, living in your house, eating your food, pressuring your wife. Think about that number. It is specific and large enough to be staggering. These were not a handful of ambitious neighbors. This was an occupation, an organized, sustained, parasitic presence in the heart of Odysseus's home. Justified by the conventions of courtship, but operating, in practice, as a siege from within. Penelope had held them off for years. She had told the suitors she would choose a husband when she finished weaving a funeral shroud for Odysseus's father, Laertes. Every day she wove, every night she unraveled what she had woven. For 3 years, she maintained this deception. The shroud that was always almost finished, the task that was always almost done, the decision that was always almost made. 3 years of holding off an army with thread. Think about that as a survival strategy, a stalling tactic so elegant that it rivals anything Odysseus himself ever devised. Like husband, like wife? Metis was not a quality exclusive to kings. But one of her own maids, Melantho, who was sleeping with one of the suitors, betrayed the secret. The suitors caught Penelope unweaving by torchlight. They forced her to finish the shroud. The delaying tactic was over. The pressure to choose had become unbearable. Athena told Odysseus all of this, and then she told him the plan. He could not walk into his own palace and announce himself. 108 armed men, many of them young and strong, all of them hostile to his return, would kill him. He was 1 man against 100. The math was impossible. Unless the 100 did not know who he was until it was too late, Athena disguised him. She aged his skin, thinned his hair, dressed him in rags, gave him a beggar's staff and a filthy satchel. She transformed the king of Ithaca into the least visible person in his own kingdom. A homeless old man, stooped and shuffling, the kind of figure that people look past without seeing. He went first to the hut of Eumaeus, the swineherd. Eumaeus was one of the last loyal servants. A slave technically bought as a child, but more faithful to Odysseus's household than most free men. He did not recognize his master. He welcomed the beggar with food and drink and a place by the fire, because that was what decent men did with strangers, and Eumaeus was decent. Odysseus sat in the swineherd's hut, eating pork and drinking rough wine, and listened. Eumaeus talked about the state of things, the suitors, the waste, the disrespect. The way the young men lounged in the hall like they owned it, calling for more wine, more meat, more entertainment, treating the serving staff like furniture. The swineherd's voice, as Homer renders it, carries a grief that is not dramatic but domestic. The sorrow of a man who has watched a household he loved be dismantled from the inside by people who have no right to be there. Telemachus arrived, Odysseus's son, 20 years old now. The infant who had been placed in the path of the plow. Most retellings skip what Telemachus had been doing. They should not, because his story is, in its own quiet way, as difficult as his father's, while Odysseus had been trapped on Calypso's island. And before that, surviving monsters and shipwrecks, Telemachus had been growing up in an occupied house, 108 suitors. Young men from Ithaca and the surrounding islands had moved into the palace. They were not there as guests. They were there as predators, eating Odysseus's livestock, drinking his wine, sleeping with his servants, pressuring Penelope to choose one of them as her new husband. Telemachus was a boy among men who despised him. He had no father, no military training, no allies, and no legal authority to remove them. The suitors did not take him seriously. They spoke about him in the third person while he was in the room. Athena came to him disguised as a family friend named Mentes. She told him to stand up, to call an assembly, to demand the suitors leave, and if they refused, to go find his father, sail to Pylos, where old King Nestor might have news. Then to Sparta, where Menelaus and Helen had returned after their own long homecoming. Telemachus stood before the assembly of Ithaca, the first time he had addressed the public body, and demanded that the suitors leave his house. His voice cracked. He threw down his staff in frustration. He wept. The suitors laughed. Antinous blamed Penelope, not the suitors. The assembly dispersed. Nothing changed. So Telemachus did what his father would have done. He found another way. He outfitted a ship in secret, recruited a crew of loyal young men, and sailed at night. His first voyage, his first command, his first real act as a man rather than a boy waiting in his father's shadow. At Pylos, old Nestor received him with ceremony and kindness, sacrificed 81 cattle to the gods in his honor, and told him what he knew, that Odysseus had survived the war, had left Troy, and had vanished. No one knew where. Nestor sent Telemachus to Sparta with his own son as escort. At Sparta, Menelaus and Helen, reconciled now, living in luxury, the war behind them like a bad dream, told Telemachus more. Menelaus had met the sea god Proteus on the island of Pharos, wrestled him through his shape-shifting, and forced him to speak. Proteus said Odysseus was alive, held captive on an island by the nymph Calypso. weeping every day on the rocks, staring at the sea, alive but unable to reach home. It was the first confirmation Telemachus had received in 20 years that his father was not dead. He carried that knowledge back across the Peloponnese, back to the harbor, back to sea, and nearly died for it. The suitors, learning of his voyage, had sent a ship to ambush him in the strait between Ithaca and the mainland. Athena diverted his course. He landed safely at a cove on the far side of the island and went first to the one person he could trust, Eumaeus, the swineherd. He came to Eumaeus's hut before going to the palace, because the swineherd's hut was safer than his own home. Athena lifted the disguise. Odysseus stood before his son as himself. Taller, broader, his rags replaced by clean clothes, his face restored. Telemachus stared. "You are some god," he said. "No mortal man changes like that." "I am no god," Odysseus said. "I am your father." Telemachus wept. They held each other. For the first time in 20 years, the father held the son. And the son, who had spent his entire conscious life as the boy whose father never came home, who had grown up in a house full of men who were not his father, and who treated him with the specific contempt that bullies reserve for the children of absent parents, wept into his father's shoulder with the accumulated grief of a childhood spent waiting. They sat together and planned the slaughter. And what comes next? The return of Odysseus to his own hall, in disguise, surrounded by 108 men who do not know he is back, is some of the most unbearable tension in all of ancient literature. The next day, Odysseus went to the palace in his beggar's disguise. He entered his own house through the front door. A door he had hung himself 20 years ago, when the hinges were new and the wood was freshly cut. He walked through his own hall, past his own hearth, past tables loaded with food from his own cattle, and sat in the corner by the door like a vagrant. The suitors mocked him. Antinous, the worst of them, the ringleader, the most arrogant, the one who treated Odysseus's household with the most open contempt, threw a stool at the beggar. It struck Odysseus on the shoulder. He did not flinch. He absorbed the blow and sat still and said nothing. A king, struck with furniture in his own hall, and he did nothing. Because the plan required patience, because 45 men could not fight 108 head-on. Because Metis, always Metis, the fox intelligence that sees past the obvious response to the actual objective. Another beggar, Eris, a local vagrant who served as a messenger for the suitors, challenged Odysseus to a fight for the rights to beg at the palace door. The suitors cheered. Entertainment. A beggar fight. They placed bets. They pushed furniture aside to make a ring. Odysseus stood. He rolled up his rags. And the suitors for the first time saw his body. Not the stooped, thin body of a beggar, the body of a soldier. Scarred, muscled, weathered, the body of a man who had spent 20 years in the places where bodies are tested to destruction, and rebuilt from the wreckage. The room went quiet for a moment. Then Odysseus hit Iris once, below the ear, and the man dropped to the floor with blood pouring from his mouth, his legs kicking in the dust. The suitors laughed. Good entertainment. They did not understand what they had just seen. Then there was the dog. Remember the dog I told you about at the very beginning of tonight's story? We are here now. This is the scene I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's story, the one with the dog. The one Homer gives barely a dozen lines. As Odysseus entered the palace, he passed the courtyard, lying on a pile of mule and cow dung covered in dog ticks. Too weak to stand was an old hound named Argos. Odysseus had raised this dog himself, had trained him as a puppy, had taken him hunting before leaving for Troy 20 years ago. When the master left, the dog was young and strong. Now the dog was old and dying, and no one cared for him. The servants, without Odysseus to give orders, had let the animal waste away in the yard, sleeping on dung because no one would give him a bed. Argos saw Odysseus, through the disguise. Through the rags? Through the aged skin and thinned hair and stooped posture, the dog, old, sick, abandoned, lying in filth, recognized his master. He wagged his tail. He dropped his ears. He tried to stand and could not. He had waited 20 years for this moment, and when it came, he was too weak to cross the courtyard. Odysseus saw the dog. Homer says he wiped a tear away, quickly, secretly, so that Eumaeus would not see. He could not go to the dog. He could not kneel beside Argos and scratch behind his ears and say, "I know you, old friend, I am home." Because the disguise had to hold. Because 108 men were waiting inside. Because if anyone saw the beggar recognize the king's dog, the plan would collapse and everyone would die. So Odysseus walked past. He wiped the tear, he entered the palace. And Argos, having seen his master return at last, after 20 years, closed his eyes and died. A dozen lines. Homer gives this scene barely a dozen lines. No elaboration. No sentiment. No authorial commentary about loyalty or faithfulness, or the bond between a man and his dog. Just the facts. The dog recognized him. The dog wagged his tail. The dog died. It is the most devastating use of restraint in all of ancient literature. The emotion is in what is not said. The grief is in the silence between the lines. In the space where a lesser poet would have lingered, and where Homer, with the discipline of a master, simply moves on, the story has work to do. The bow is waiting. If you are still with me at this hour, you are the kind of person who needs to know how this ends. Penelope came to a decision. Or rather, Penelope performed a decision. Because with Penelope, it is never entirely clear how much is genuine and how much is strategy. She appeared before the suitors carrying something that had been locked in a storeroom for 20 years, Odysseus's bow. Not a war bow, a hunting bow, a gift from Iphitus, son of Eurytus, who was reputed to be the greatest archer of his generation. The bow was made of horn, recurved, heavy, strung with sinew so taut that the string hummed when you touched it. No one had strung it since Odysseus left for Troy. No one had even tried. Stringing a bow of this type, pulling the curved arms inward against their natural flex, and hooking the string over the notch at both ends, required not just strength but technique. A specific combination of leverage and grip and knowledge of the weapon's architecture that could not be faked. Penelope set the bow before the suitors and announced the contest. Whoever could string the bow and shoot an arrow through 12 axe heads, 12 iron axe heads set in a row, each with a small ring at the top through which the blade was socketed to its handle, would win her hand in marriage. 12 axes, 1 arrow, a straight line through 12 rings, each ring roughly the width of a man's fist. At a distance, the rings would overlap, creating a narrow tunnel of diminishing visibility that required not only accuracy but an absolute steadiness of hand. The shot was borderline impossible even for a skilled archer with a familiar weapon. With an unfamiliar bow that no one present had ever strung, it was beyond impossible. It was a test designed to have only one correct answer. Did Penelope know? Did she recognize the beggar? Scholars have argued about this for centuries. Homer does not say. What he shows is this. Penelope set a contest that only Odysseus could win. At the moment when Odysseus was in the room, make of that what you will. The suitors tried. One by one, they took the bow and attempted to string it. They could not. They tried warming the horn by the fire to make it more flexible. They tried rubbing it with tallow to smooth the string's path. They tried brute force, young men, strong men, men who had spent years eating Odysseus's beef and drinking Odysseus's wine and building their bodies on someone else's hospitality, and not one of them could bend the bow far enough to hook the string. Antinous, the ringleader, suggested they stop for the day, continue tomorrow. Perhaps the god Apollo would give them strength in the morning. He was stalling. He knew or suspected that none of them could do it. The contest was revealing something that the suitors had spent years avoiding. They were not Odysseus's equals. Not in any domain that mattered. The beggar spoke up. He asked to try the bow. Just to test his hands, he said. Just to see if the strength of his youth was still in his old arms. The suitors were furious. A beggar? Touching the bow of the king? Antinous threatened him. Others mocked. But Penelope, and this is one of those moments where the story seems to hold its breath, said, "Let him try. If this stranger strings the bow," she said, "I will not marry him. But I will give him a cloak and a tunic and sandals and a sword, and I will send him wherever his heart desires to go." She was offering the beggar a reward she knew he would never need. Or she was offering her husband the tools of war she knew he was about to need. The ambiguity is Homer's, and it is deliberate. Telemachus sent his mother upstairs. "Go to your room," he said. The bow is men's business. It sounds harsh. It sounds like a son dismissing his mother. But Penelope went, and once she was gone, once she was safely out of the hall, once she was behind a locked door on the upper floor, Telemachus nodded to Eumaeus. The swineherd brought the bow to the beggar. Odysseus took it. He turned it in his hands, not testing it, not examining it, remembering it. The way a musician picks up an instrument he has not played in years and runs his fingers over the strings. Not to tune it, but to reintroduce his hands to the shape of something they once knew as well as their own bones. Then he strung it, without effort, without straining. He bent the bow and hooked the string with the casual competence of a man threading a needle. Homer says it was like a bard stringing a lyre, fitting the twisted gut to the peg, testing the note with a thumb. The string sang, a clear, high note like the cry of a swallow. The sound filled the hall. Zeus sent a thunderclap. From a clear sky, the sound rolled across Ithaca like an answer. Odysseus picked up an arrow. He sat on his stool, did not stand. Did not take a hero's stance, did not make a spectacle. He sat where he was in the corner, in his rags, and from that seated position he knocked the arrow, drew the string to his cheek, and sent the arrow through all 12 axe heads in a single singing line. The shaft passed through every ring without touching the sides. It flew straight. It flew true. He looked at Telemachus. He said, "The stranger who sits in your hall has not disgraced you." Then he stripped off his rags. The slaughter of the suitors is the bloodiest passage in Homer. It is not combat in the heroic sense. Not a clash between equals, not a fair fight on an open field. It is an execution, a premeditated, methodically planned, mercilessly executed purge of every man who had violated the hospitality of Odysseus's house. Odysseus stood in the doorway, the only exit. He had the bow. He had a quiver of arrows. Telemachus stood beside him with a spear. Eumaeus and another loyal herdsman, Philoetius, had locked the outer doors and hidden the suitors' weapons. That detail had been arranged in advance, during the days of the beggar's disguise, when Odysseus and Telemachus had quietly removed every spear and sword and shield from the walls of the hall and stored them in a locked storeroom. The first arrow killed Antinous. The shaft struck him in the throat while he was lifting a golden cup of wine to his lips. The cup fell, wine mixed with blood on the floor. Antinous pitched forward onto the table and sent the food scattering, bread and roasted meat sliding across the surface and falling to the ground. He was dead before he understood what had happened. The other suitors stood. They looked for their weapons. The walls were bare. They turned to the doorway and saw the beggar, who was not a beggar, who had never been a beggar, who was standing in the light of the door with a bow in his hand, and an expression on his face that 108 men had never seen before and would never see again. "You dogs," Odysseus said. "You thought I would never come home from Troy. You consumed my household. You forced my servants to your beds. You courted my wife while I was still alive. You feared neither the gods above nor the judgment of men. Now your hour has come." He killed them. Arrow by arrow, spear by spear, sword by sword. Telemachus fought beside him. Eumaeus and Philoetius fought beside him. 4 men against 108. The mathematics should not have worked, but the suitors had no weapons, no armor, no plan, and no exit. They were trapped in a hall they had treated as their private dining room, and the owner had come home. Eurymachus, the second worst of the suitors, tried to negotiate. He blamed Antinous. He offered restitution. Bronze and gold, 20 oxen from each man, enough to refill Odysseus's stores. "Your anger is justified," he said, "but the man responsible is dead. Antinous was the ringleader. The rest of us will pay." Odysseus said number. The fight was not clean. It was not glorious. Odysseus was wounded. Telemachus made mistakes. At one point he left the storeroom door open and a group of suitors armed themselves before Eumaeus slammed it shut. Athena appeared on the rafters in the form of Mentor, rallied the fighters, and then withdrew to watch. She did not do the killing herself. That was for mortals. By the end, the floor of the hall was carpeted with the dead, 108 bodies. Blood pooled between the flagstones. The suitors lay in heaps, like fish dragged from the sea in nets and dumped on the beach, Homer says. Gasping, flopping, tangled in each other, the life going out of them in the sun. It is a fisherman's simile, not a warrior's. The comparison strips the dead of heroic dignity. They are not fallen soldiers. They are a catch. Odysseus stood in his own hall. The bow was empty. The arrows were spent. The floor was red. And for the first time in 20 years, the house was his. But the hardest moment of the Odyssey is not the slaughter. It is what comes next. Remember the bed I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's story? The bed built around the living trunk of an olive tree? We are almost there now. And Penelope, who has waited 20 years, who has woven and unwoven and outwitted 108 men with nothing but patience and thread. Penelope is about to do something that catches even Odysseus off guard. The maids who had slept with the suitors, 12 of them, were ordered to clean the hall. They carried out the bodies. They scrubbed the tables and chairs with water and sponges. They washed the blood from the floor. Then Telemachus hanged them. All 12. In the courtyard? On a ship's cable stretched between a pillar and a dome like a clothesline. Homer compares their dying to birds, thrushes or doves, caught in a net, struggling briefly, then going still. The passage is difficult. It is meant to be difficult. The 12 maids did not choose their situation. They were servants in a house occupied by 108 hostile men, and the line between collaboration and survival is not always visible from the outside. Homer does not moralize. He does not defend the execution. He presents it as a fact, a consequence, in the brutal logic of this world, of the violation of Odysseus's house. The bard Phemius, who had sung for the suitors under compulsion, begged for his life. Telemachus intervened on his behalf. Odysseus spared him. The herald Medon, who had hidden under a cowhide during the slaughter, was also spared. The killing was not indiscriminate. It was in Odysseus's understanding, proportional. The guilty died. The forced participants lived. The old nurse, Eurycleia, ran upstairs to wake Penelope. "Come down," she cried. "Odysseus is home. He has killed the suitors. Come and see." Penelope's response was not what anyone expected. No rush of footsteps on the stairs, no cry of joy, no door thrown open. She remained on her bed and said, "Dear nurse, the gods have made you mad. How can you mock me like this? To rouse me from the sweetest sleep I have had in years, and fill my ears with lies? 20 years of waiting. 20 years of hope and despair, and hope again and despair again. Of every passing stranger examined for resemblance, of every rumor weighed and found wanting. The suitors had told her Odysseus was dead. Travelers had told her he was alive. Lied to so many times by so many people for so many years, the truth, when it finally arrived, sounded exactly like another lie. Eurycleia insisted. She described the scar. A scar on Odysseus's thigh from a boar hunt in his youth. A wound Eurycleia had seen herself when she washed the beggar's feet days earlier and recognized the mark. That recognition had come in silence, kept close. The secret had held. Now she was telling Penelope to come down. Penelope came. She walked down the staircase and entered the hall. The bodies had been removed. The floor was clean. The fire burned in the hearth. And sitting by the far wall in the light of the flames was a man. She sat across from him and stared. No movement toward him. No words. Telemachus, watching, grew frustrated. "Mother," he said, "you sit apart from my father. Go to him. What wife would treat her husband this way, after he has come home through so much suffering?" Penelope answered quietly, "My child, the heart in my breast is stunned. I cannot speak to him. I cannot ask him questions. Looking at his face, something in me locks. If this is truly Odysseus, we will know each other. We have secret signs known to us and no one else. Secret signs known to them and no one else." Think about what Penelope is doing in this moment. She is not being cold. She is not being cruel. She is being Odysseus's wife. Which means she is being as careful, as strategic, as meticulously cautious as he has been for the past 20 years. She has survived 108 suitors through intelligence, deception, and the absolute refusal to accept anything at face value. She will not abandon that discipline now. Not even for joy. Not even for the man she has been waiting for since before her son could walk. Odysseus understood. He smiled, and the word Homer uses for the smile suggests not amusement, but recognition. He saw in her caution the mirror of his own nature. He told Telemachus to let it go. He told the servants to prepare a bath. He washed. Athena restored his appearance. Tall, broad-shouldered, his hair dark and thick, his face the face of a king. He came back into the hall. He sat in his chair by the fire. He looked at Penelope. She looked at him. Penelope set her test. "Eurycleia," she said, speaking to the nurse but looking at the man across the fire. "Move the bed from our chamber. Move it out here into the hall so that this stranger may sleep in it." Odysseus erupted. Not in anger, in shock, in the specific, outraged bewilderment of a man who has just heard something that he knows is impossible. "Who has moved my bed?" he demanded. "That bed cannot be moved. I built it myself, I know." There was an olive tree growing in the courtyard, a full-grown tree, thick as a pillar, with its trunk as straight and true as any column. I built our bedroom around that tree. I used the trunk as one of the bedposts. I trimmed the branches, I planed the bark, I drilled the wood and built the frame outward from the living trunk. I inlaid the rails with gold and silver and ivory. I strung the frame with oxhide thongs dyed crimson. No one could move that bed without cutting the tree. The tree is rooted in the earth. Root and frame are one. Who has cut my tree? He was furious. He was terrified. Because if the bed had been moved, if someone had cut the olive tree and dragged the frame to a new location, then the most private, most intimate, most deeply personal thing in his life had been violated in his absence. It was not furniture. A marriage was built into the living earth there, into heartwood that could not be uprooted, immovable, permanent, a secret shared between two people, and no one else. Penelope, hearing him describe the bed, hearing the specific details that no spy, no imposter, no god in disguise could possibly know, broke. Her knees went weak, her eyes filled with tears. She ran to him. She threw her arms around his neck. She kissed his face, and she said, "Do not be angry with me, Odysseus. You were always the wisest of men. The gods gave us sorrow. They grudged us the joy of growing old together, side by side, but do not be angry that I did not welcome you at once. My heart was always frightened. Frightened that some man would come and deceive me with words. There are many who scheme for advantage. But now you have told me the secret of our bed, which no other mortal has ever seen. Only you and I and one serving woman who kept the door. You have convinced my heart, hard though it is." They held each other. They wept. Homer reaches for one final simile, and it is, I think, the most beautiful comparison in the poem. The poet says that Penelope clung to Odysseus as a swimmer clings to land. A man whose ship has been destroyed by Poseidon, who has been battered by waves, whose skin is crusted with brine, who has given up hope, and who then, against all expectation, feels solid ground beneath his feet. That swimmer throws himself onto the beach and holds the earth as though the earth might be taken from him again. That is how Penelope held Odysseus. The simile reverses the entire poem. For 24 books, Odysseus has been the swimmer, the man in the sea fighting toward shore, battered and exhausted and refusing to stop. Now in the final moments, the simile is applied to Penelope. She is the swimmer. She is the one who has been drowning. In suitors, in loneliness, in the impossible task of keeping a household together without the person who makes it a home. She was at sea too for 20 years. And she has reached shore. Athena held back the dawn. She stretched the night, literally lengthened it, delayed the sunrise, bought them more darkness so that Odysseus and Penelope could have the hours they needed. They went to their bed, the bed that could not be moved, the bed rooted in the olive tree, rooted in the earth, rooted in the house that Odysseus had built with his own hands around a living trunk. They lay down together, and they told each other everything. He told her about Troy, about the Cyclops and the winds and the sirens and the dead, about Circe and Calypso, about the 7 years on Ogygia and the raft and the storm and the Phaeacians. He told her everything that had happened to him, and she listened and did not fall asleep until he had finished. Homer notes this specifically, as though the act of staying awake through the entire story was itself a form of devotion, a way of saying, "I will not sleep until I know what you have been through." Penelope told him about the suitors, about the shroud trick, about the years of pressure and manipulation and the slow, grinding erosion of hope. She told him what it had cost her to wait, and he listened, and the two tellings, His and hers filled the extended night like two rivers converging. Then they slept, side by side. In the bed that was built around a tree, the story is over. The journey is done. Not quite. Homer adds a final book, a coda in which Odysseus visits his father Laertes on the farm, reveals himself, and faces a brief uprising from the families of the dead suitors, which Athena settles with a command to stop. But the emotional heart of the poem ends in the bedroom. With the bed, with the tree, with two people who chose each other over everything else the world had to offer. I have been thinking as I prepared this entry about why this particular story has outlived every empire that tried to claim it. Not just survived, thrived, been retold in every medium, in every language, in every era. The Iliad is about war. Wars come and go. The Aeneid is about founding a nation. Nations rise and fall. The Odyssey is about going home. And that, the ache for home, the need for home, the willingness to suffer anything, endure anything, lose anything. As long as the last thing you see before you close your eyes is the place where you belong, that is permanent. That does not change. That does not require a specific century or a specific culture to understand. Every listener tonight is, in some sense, on a journey. Not a literal voyage, not a raft on the Aegean, not a ship past the sirens, but a figurative one. The day behind you was a kind of odyssey. It had obstacles and temptations and moments where you forgot what you were doing and why. It had storms, small ones probably, the ordinary squalls of a human day. The frustrations and setbacks and unexpected demands that blow you off course without the courtesy of an origin myth. And now you are here, at the end of the day, lying down, approaching something that looks from this angle very much like home. Sleep is a homecoming. It is the body returning to itself, to the deep, slow rhythms that were there before the day began, and that will be there after the day is forgotten, the heartbeat slowing, the breath deepening, the muscles releasing their grip on whatever they were holding, the mind loosening its hold on the problems and plans and half-formed worries that have kept it alert since morning. Sleep is the place where you belong when you are done being everywhere else. The Odyssey has lasted 27 centuries because it is not really about Troy. It is not about war or navigation or the particular geography of the Greek world. It is about the force that pulls a person back toward the thing that is most theirs. The Greeks called it nostos, the return, the homecoming, and they understood that this pull was one of the most powerful forces in the human animal, more powerful than ambition, more powerful than curiosity even, the desire to be somewhere specific, with someone specific in a bed that has your name on it in the oldest sense, a bed you built, a bed that knows you, a bed that has not moved while you were away. What Odysseus wanted, stripped of the epithets and the divine interventions, was ordinary. A fire in his own hearth. His wife across the table, his son old enough to know him, his dog still alive. He wanted, with a ferocity that drove him through monsters and goddess islands and the kingdom of the dead, the thing that most of us have within 10 feet of us right now, the ordinary stuff of home, the pillow with the specific dent in it, the familiar weight of blankets, the particular silence of a room that is yours. He had to cross the entire Mediterranean world to remember what he was fighting for. You made it here without any of that. You made it here by surviving a Tuesday, or a Wednesday, or whatever ordinary miracle of perseverance it was that got you through the day and into this bed. That is not a small thing. That is the destination. That is Ithaca. I want to leave you with the image of the bed, not the slaughter, not the bow, not the Cyclops or the sirens or the storm, the bed. An olive tree growing in a courtyard, a man who looked at that tree and decided not to cut it down. Instead, he built a room around it. He trimmed the branches. He planed the bark. He turned a living tree into a bedpost and built outward from there. Rails of gold and silver, thongs of crimson leather, a frame that wrapped around the trunk like an embrace. The bed could not be moved because the bed was alive. It was rooted in the earth. It had been growing before the house existed and would continue growing after the house was gone. That is what Odysseus came home to. Not a kingdom, not a palace, not the glory he had shouted at the Cyclops or the fame the bards sang at the Phaeacian feast. A tree, a bed. A wife who tested him with a question about furniture because she understood that the truest proof of identity is not a name or a face or a scar, but the knowledge of something shared in private. Something that only two people in the entire world know about because they built it together and it has never moved. Penelope had waited 20 years for that answer. 20 years of weaving and unweaving, of holding suitors at arm's length with patience so refined it was almost a kind of art. Of going to bed alone in a room that still smelled, if she allowed herself to notice, like the person who was supposed to be in it. She had kept the room. She had kept the knowledge. She had waited for the man who would say, without prompting, that the bedpost was an olive tree, still rooted, still alive, and that only a god could move it. The right answer. The secret answer. The answer that proved he was exactly who she needed him to be. When he said it, she wept. Not delicate weeping. Homer says she ran to him and threw her arms around his neck and wept like a sailor weeping when he finally sees the land. She was the one who had been drowning. She was the one who had been clinging to the wreckage of hope while the waves tried to convince her it was pointless. And then the shore arrived, and the shore was him, and it was the olive tree that made it real. The sea is quiet tonight. Poseidon's anger has been spent. The waves that battered Odysseus's raft, that swallowed his ships, that stood between him and the only thing he wanted. Those waves have settled. The water lies flat and dark under the stars, rocking gently. Water with no wind behind it, no current with any opinion about direction. The Aegean, the sea of islands. The sea that Odysseus crossed and failed to cross and finally crossed for good. There is a piece to that image that I want you to let into your body now. The flat water, the windless night, the long, low swell that is not a wave so much as a memory of waves, the ocean still breathing, still moving, but slowly. Your chest keeps the same rhythm now, in and out, without effort. Without instruction, your body knows how to do this. It has known since before you could speak or think or remember. The breath goes in and the breath goes out, and something in you that is older than language simply handles it. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. Not the idea of it, the actual physical fact of it. The mattress pressing back against you, solid and steady. Taking the weight that your muscles and bones have been carrying all day, you do not have to hold yourself up anymore. You have not had to since you lay down. But sometimes the body takes a while to believe it. The shoulders take a while, the jaw takes a while. The small muscles at the back of the neck, the ones that have been keeping your head upright and your attention forward since early morning. They are slow to trust that they are allowed to stop. They are allowed to stop. The lotus eaters lived on an island where there was nothing to want. Their fruit dissolved urgency. The men who ate it stopped caring about Ithaca. Stopped caring about home, stopped being pulled anywhere by anything. Odysseus had to drag them back to the ships weeping. The lotus was a kind of seduction. The seduction of pure, directionless comfort, warmth without destination, ease without meaning. Tonight, you have something better than the lotus. Tonight, the ease has a destination. And the destination is rest, and the rest will end, and you will wake up and continue being the person you are building. But right now, for these hours, you are allowed the warmth without the urgency. You are allowed to let the current take you. You do not have to row. Let your hands soften. Not clench, not release dramatically, just soften. A hand that has finally set something down does this on its own. Fingers uncurling without instruction, weight settling into whatever is beneath them. Feel the weight of your fingers against whatever they are resting on. Heavy, warm, still. There was an island where Calypso lived. The navel of the sea, Homer calls it. A perfect place, lush and warm and quiet, with springs running clear and meadows of violets and a cave fragrant with cedar smoke. Calypso offered Odysseus immortality there. She offered him a life without storms, without loss, without the slow deterioration of a mortal body. He turned it down. Every morning he sat on the beach and wept toward home. But in the evenings, Homer says, he lay with Calypso in her cave. And there was warmth there, and firelight, and the sound of the sea at a distance, and food and wine and the particular comfort of a body beside you in the dark. The warmth is not the problem. The warmth is the best part. What Odysseus needed to leave behind was not the warmth but the stasis. The sense that the island was all there was, that the cave was the world, that the journey was over when it wasn't. But your journey is over for tonight. You have arrived. The warmth is no longer a trap. It is just warmth, your own warmth radiating from your core out into the blankets, into the mattress, into the air around you. A small climate. Your climate. 6 feet of warm, dark air that belongs to you. Feel it in your legs. The weight of them, the length of them. Your thighs against the mattress, heavy and still, done carrying you through the day. Your calves. Your feet, the miles in them released now. The tension draining from the arches, the toes uncurling, the whole complicated structure of the foot that has been gripping and balancing and propelling you forward since you got up this morning. All of it now flat and heavy and finished. There is a moment in the Odyssey when Odysseus washes up on the shores of Scheria, the island of the Phaeacians, and he is so exhausted that he crawls under a pile of olive leaves and lies down. No blankets, no bed, just the leaves dry and soft, piled deep enough to keep a man warm. Homer says he covered himself with leaves the way a farmer covers a coal to preserve the fire overnight, pressing it into the ash to keep the heat in, to make sure there is something to restart in the morning. Odysseus under the leaves was the coal, exhausted, barely alive. But the heat was still in him. That heat is still in you. Whatever the day took out of you, it did not take that. The warmth is yours. The recovery has already begun. Your body started repairing itself the moment you lay down. The breath deepening, the heart rate dropping, the muscles releasing one by one, the tension they have been storing since morning. None of this needs managing. The body knows what rest is. It has been reading toward this moment all day, holding it in reserve. The back of the neck releases first. Just that one place, the base of the skull, where the spine meets the head. A little heavier, a little softer. The jaw follows, dropping a fraction, just enough to part the lips. Behind the closed lids, the eyes go still. The current is gentle, the water is dark, the shore is close. The fire in the hearth has burned down to embers. The orange glow pulses slowly. Not flickering, not leaping, just breathing. The way coals breathe when the flame has gone and only the heat remains. The room is warm, the air is still. The walls hold the warmth in, the way walls are supposed to, the way a house is supposed to. Not a palace, not a monument, just 4 walls, and a roof and a fire that has been tended and a floor that has been swept and a door that is closed against the dark outside. Inside the door. That is the whole fact. Warm and horizontal and done. The shoulders drop, not a performed release, an actual one. They settle a little lower. The space between the shoulder blades softens against whatever is beneath, that particular band of tension that gathers when a person has been sitting at a desk, or driving or carrying something heavy or simply existing with a nervous system navigating a complicated world. That space opens slightly. An inch, half an inch, whatever it will give. The arms are heavy, the hands are heavy. The air against the skin has reached the same temperature as the skin itself. No edge anymore, no boundary between the body and the warmth surrounding it. Just warmth, all the way through. The breath comes in and goes and comes in and goes. This is not something being done. It is something happening, the way the heart is happening. The way the slow processes of the body are happening all the time without supervision. Trust them. They know what they are doing. Older than any plan ever made, deeper than any decision ever taken. The mind softens, the way hands soften when they are no longer holding anything. Not blank. Minds do not go blank, and chasing blankness only makes the thoughts louder. Just soft. The thoughts can be there, passing through, the way the Ithacan ships passed through the strait between Scylla and Charybdis, not stopping, not lingering, just moving through and out the other side into open water. The worries are not forbidden. They are just not urgent. Not tonight. Tonight they are ships in the dark. From the shore they are already past, already headed somewhere else, and the water where they were is flat again. No cleverness is needed here, no Midas, no need to be nobody or somebody or the man with a plan. The sirens are behind you, the strait is behind you. The bag of winds is sealed and it will stay sealed. Nobody is opening anything tonight. Nobody is shouting any names. The only sound is your own breathing, and even that is growing softer. The rhythm slowing, the way waves slow when the storm passes and the sea remembers what it was like before the wind arrived. Somewhere on a rocky island in the Ionian Sea, a man is lying in a bed that cannot be moved. His wife is beside him, the fire is banked, the hall is clean. The dog is buried. We can imagine that Eumaeus saw to it, the faithful swineherd who loved the household even when the household could not love him back. The old nurse has gone to her room. Telemachus is sleeping in his own chamber, a spear by the door. The habit of vigilance not yet replaced by the habit of peace. The palace is quiet. The suitors are gone. The doorposts still smell of blood. But by tomorrow, the women will have scrubbed that away, and by next week, the hall will smell of smoke and bread and the particular fragrance of a house that is being lived in by the people who belong there. Odysseus is sleeping after 20 years. After Troy and the Cyclops and the winds and the witch and the dead and the sirens and the whirlpool and the cattle and the goddess and the storm and the raft and the river and the princess and the feast and the beggar's rags and the bow and the blood and the bed and the tree. Sleeping now, finally. The man who could not get home got home. Outside the harbor, the sea lies flat and dark and still. Above Ithaca, the same stars that guided him across the open water burn in their old positions. The bear that never sets, the fixed point in the northern sky, the one constellation that Calypso told him to keep on his left hand as he sailed east toward home. The stars have not moved. The sky has not changed. Only the man beneath it has changed. Older, harder, carrying the weight of 1,000 decisions that were right, and a handful that were catastrophically wrong, carrying the dead in his memory the way the sea carries salt, invisibly, in every drop. Home. Asleep. The journey is over. So, if you are ready, is yours. The bed beneath you is solid, permanent. It will be here when the morning comes and the day begins its own small odyssey. The pillow holds the shape of your head. The blankets hold your warmth. Silence settles into every corner. Everything that needs to hold something is holding it. That is tomorrow. Tomorrow has its own storms, its own islands, its own sirens singing from across the water. You do not need to hear them now. You do not need to be lashed to any mast. You do not need to row. The current is carrying you gently, steadily toward the shore you have been heading for all day. The embers breathe. In. Out. Slow orange pulse. Just heat now. No flame. Dark and warm and still. This place holding you the way a harbor holds a ship at anchor. You are home. Odysseus slept. Night held him, the way the earth holds the roots of an olive tree. Deeply, quietly, with no intention of letting go. You may sleep now too. The story will be here when you come back. It has lasted 27 centuries. It can wait one more night. Good night. End of script.